Well, a pleasant good afternoon and happy Labor Day weekend, everyone, as the Lancaster Barnstormers will take on the Long Island Ducks in the third game of a four-game series. The Barnstormers will again be piloted today by Jeff Bianchi. There has been a bit of an issue that has come up here this weekend involving manager Ross Peoples, and the league has asked him to step aside for a few days. I do not have details that I can share with you beyond that, but Jeff Bianchi is going to be running the ball club for the remainder of this series, and we'll see what happens beyond that. It, to me, personally seems a little bit excessive, but that's just one man's opinion. The Barnstormers took it out on the Long Island Ducks here last night, 13-2. The Barnstormers came out after falling behind 1-0. They took it to the Ducks last night, tying the game in the second, forging ahead in the third, and the runs kept piling up. Today it will be Zach Smith on the hill for the Barnstormers. Smith is 1-2, and his one win coming against the Long Island Ducks at Clipper Magazine Stadium about 3 weeks ago. His mound opponent today is right-hander Brendan Feldman. Feldman is 5-3, but has not fared well at all in his couple of starts against the Barnstormers. Here are the lineups as they are presented here this afternoon for the Barnstormers. It will be Caleb Gindel leading off in right field. Blake Alleman, the second baseman, batting number 2. Alejandro Diaz is in center field, hitting third. Blake Galen will be the cleanup batter and the DH for the Barnstormers. Kelly Dugan will bat fifth and play first base. Trayvon Robinson, the left fielder, hitting sixth. The catcher batting number 7 is Anthony Peroni. Nick Schumpert is the third baseman batting eighth. Clea Luis Rondon, the shortstop, hitting ninth with Smith on the hill. Vladimir Frias will lead off. He is at shortstop for the Ducks today. The second baseman batting number 2 is Steve Lombardozzi. Lou Ford, the designated hitter, will bat third. L.J. Mazzilli is the cleanup hitter and left fielder. Davidson Romero will switch over to third base and bat fifth. The first baseman batting sixth is Chris Shaw, then Hector Sanchez catching, Daniel Fields in right, Ty Kelly in center with Brendan Feldman on the hill. And now we're going to send you down to the field and our Star Spangled Banner. By the dawn's early light, once so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Barnstormers taking on the Long Island Ducks today. A third game of a four-game series with the big 13-2 win last night. The Barnstormers went back into first place in the Northern Division. They're up by 1 over Southern Maryland, by 2 over York. And Long Island currently is 3.5 out in the divisional race. The Barnstormers this afternoon seeking to go up 8-6 over Long Island in their season series, although that does not really matter with Long Island having won the first half. The tiebreaker under Atlantic League rules automatically goes to the Barnstormers for the second half, so it's not as important as having the tiebreakers against Southern Maryland and against York. Big series coming up against the Revs beginning on Tuesday night, and then the Ducks will be in for 4 games in 3 days. next weekend at Clipper Magazine Stadium. So I'm going to invite everyone to come on out and show your love that I know you have for manager Ross Peoples. And he'll be back in action by Friday, I know that. So come on out, show your support for Ross in whatever way that you can next weekend. The right-hander on the hill is Brendan Feldman for the Long Island Ducks here today. Feldman is from Washington, Missouri, 6'4", and 205 pounds. He is 27 years of age. And by and large, he's had a good season here with the Ducks. He is 5-3. His ERA is 5.13, which actually plays reasonably well in the Atlantic League this season. 87 2/3 innings, 94 hits. He has walked 38, struck out 63. But in facing the Barnstormers, he has been reached for 19 runs in 6 2/3 innings. The Barnstormers have hit him well both times. Caleb Gindel leads off for the Barnstormers here today. Gindel at .285 with 26 home runs and 68 runs batted in on the season. He is 3 away from the franchise record for home runs in the season. That is held by Ryan Harvey. And in the Atlantic League this year, Gindel is second in home runs, 2 behind Joshua Saleh of the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Nobody else is close to those 2 leaders. Gindel to get things underway. Feldman peering in, getting the sign from his battery mate Hector Sanchez. The first pitch, and Gindel drives this to center field. It is traveling. Back on this goes Ty Kelly, and out to the warning track, just to the right of the batter's eye. Kelly makes the catch. Gindel is retired. We have 1 out on the first pitch. He didn't quite pull it enough. That brings on Blake Alleman, the second baseman, hitting .275 as Alleman with 18 home runs and 45 driven in. Gindel has hit the ball hard, leading off all 3 games of this series, and every time it has been caught deep in the outfield. He has been able to homer later on in each of the games. Now to Alleman to strike on the inside corner. Silvio Martinez works the plate today. Mike Williams is the first base umpire, and Joe Iglio is over at third. Melvin Mercedes, again, coaching first base for the Barnstormers. Jeff Bianchi running things over at third. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Alleman trailing in the count now, no balls and 2 strikes, with center fielder Alejandro De Aza waiting on deck. This game today getting off to a very similar start to last night's contest. Here is the motion. Feldman is high and outside to Alleman. Ball 1, 2 strikes from the right-hander Brendan Feldman. Defense just slightly around to the right against Alleman. Romero at third today. Frias, Lombardozzi, and Shaw. And the rest of the infield from short around to first. L.J. Mazzilli is in left. Ty Kelly in center. And Daniel Fields is the right fielder today. Hector Sanchez in back of the plate. Alleman is batting at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The right-hander into the motion. And to Alleman, swung on, lined right to second. 2 very hard-hit balls and 2 outs at the outset of the ball game this afternoon. Alejandro De Aza will step in. The center fielder is hitting .328 after going 4 for 5 here last night. He has 8 homers. He has knocked in 55 on the season. De Aza being played somewhat to pull here. He spread the ball all over the field here a night ago. The first baseman, Shaw, and the second baseman, Lombardozzi, fairly close together over on the right side. Frias cheats up the middle. De Aza with a big hole over on the left side. Feldman peers in. He gets the signal from Hector Sanchez, right-hander, into his windup, and to De Aza. It misses badly off the outside corner. Ball 1 and no strikes. De Aza has torn apart the Ducks pitching staff this entire season. He is 26 for 49 off of Long Island pitching. That translates to a .531 batting average. Here's the 1-0 offering. Swing, and that is fouled at the plate. The count will level at 1 ball and 1 strike. The Barnstormers played last night's game with a tremendous amount of emotion, and they would love to have that emotion carry over into this afternoon's ball game. Sometimes it's a little difficult to maintain that as you go through time. First 2 batters have hit the ball awfully hard out here today, but both have been recorded as outs. It is 1-1 on De Aza. Feldman into the wind, and the pitch high and outside. Alejandro taking ball 2 as he had shown bunt. 2 balls and 1 strike now the count. Feldman signed with the Astros back in 2017 and had 1 appearance at the AAA level in 18. Gave up 4 hits and 3 runs there. Bounced around all over the Houston organization, in fact, for 3 years. De Aza holds off on the swing, but takes a second strike. It is now 2-2 with the designated hitter Blake Galen waiting on deck. 2 outs, nobody on board here in the first inning. The only ball game that De Aza has failed to hit safely in his last 11 was the ball game last Sunday against West Virginia. Lined, and that's into center field. He has another base hit in this series. De Aza has been absolutely unbelievable here this weekend. Even with the Barnstormers losing 9-1 on Friday night, he was 3 for 4. He's now 8 out of 10 in this 3-game set, and now hitting .540 for the season off of Long Island pitching. Well, that's 3 batters and 3 pretty well-hit baseballs. Here is Blake Galen, and again, chewing up the left side of the batter's box. Even at one point, we saw the umpire, Silvio Martinez, trying to groom that left side. The hitters don't seem to be getting a very good foothold over there. Here is the pitch by Feldman to Galen. It is fouled back for a strike, 0-1. Blake played on Friday night and was 1 for 3 as the designated hitter. In here with 2 outs, and De Aza, the runner, aboard at first on a cloudy afternoon. Temperatures right around 70 degrees here on Long Island. Showers were expected, but they didn't arrive at the ballpark. High and inside. Sanchez looking for a play on De Aza over at first. 1-1 the count. Kelly Dugan on deck. He had a huge game last night. Galen trying to get this inning to him. Feldman from the stretch. The pitch to Blake reaches the inside corner. It is a second strike, and we go to 1-2. Gindel flied to the warning track just to the right of the batter's eye. Alleman lined to second. De Aza rings a single into center field. Galen trails in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, outside and low, flagged by Sanchez. He didn't come up with it cleanly, but he got enough of it to keep De Aza in check. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count here. Lancaster trying to get the early jump, something this club has rarely done. Less than 40% of the time this season, the Barnstormers have struck first. They even gave up the first run last night. 2-2 to Galen. He reaches out, punches a little ground ball. That is going to sneak through the left side. Great piece of hitting by Galen, going the other way, finding an open hole on the left side. And Kelly Dugan now steps in with runners at first and second and 2 outs. They had Frias playing toward the middle, and Galen able to burn the defense going the other way. Now Dugan steps in. He had a 5 RBI game last night, 3 for 5. That included his 12th home run of the season. And for the year, Dugan hitting .342, and he's knocked in 70. De Aza leads from second. Galen off first. Feldman comes to the set. And to Dugan, it is high and inside for a ball, 1-0. Dugan is 8th in the league in batting at the moment and 3rd in runs batted in. Here's the 1-0 breaking ball. He didn't like it. He laid off, and Feldman gets that past him. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. In the RBI column, he's 7 behind Saleh of Gastonia, 5 behind Tillman Pugh from the Lexington Legends. 1 ball, 1 strike here. Dugan batting with Trayvon Robinson waiting on deck. Feldman looks back at the runners. The pitch to Dugan ends up low. Kelly with a 2 ball and 1 strike count. The Barnstormers with back-to-back 2-out singles here in the first inning. The 2 outs were loud. Now trying to get something on the scoreboard against Brendan Feldman. Dugan has the chance, the man who's hit .436 on the season with runners in scoring position. Feldman goes to work, 2-1, line drive and a base hit into right field. Charging the play is Fields. Here comes De Aza. The throw will go into second. Dugan with another RBI, and the Barnstormers have taken a 1-0 lead. A sharp line drive single into right field for Kelly Dugan. He has driven in his 71st run of the season. Here is Trayvon Robinson with runners at first and second and 2 outs. The 2 outs that began this inning were somewhat unfortunate, but now the Barnstormers begin to sink their teeth into Feldman. The only softly hit ball of the inning was Galen's seeing-eye base hit through the left side. He is now the runner at second. Dugan is on at first. Robinson stands in at .235 with 8 home runs, and he's driven in 43. Feldman comes set, and to Robinson, that is way outside. And Feldman obviously not in rhythm on the pitch as he fell off balance, ended up wheeling around. Trayvon 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly as the designated hitter last night. 0 for 5 currently in this series. Bats with 2 outs, 2 on. The Barnstormers have scored the first run of this game. And now to Robinson. Ball 2 is high and outside. Catcher Anthony Peroni waits on deck. Wind today is blowing out toward left. The home runs we saw last night, both clubbed to right field. Gindel had one in the 3rd inning, and Dugan in the 5th. 2 balls and nothing, the count to Robinson. Feldman having a difficult first inning. He works out of the stretch. Now to Trayvon, a swing and a foul tip. It is 2-1 to the Barnstormers left fielder. He has 1 home run on the season against Long Island. Trayvon hasn't connected since he hit 2 in a game against York a month ago tonight. He had 2 home runs, drove in 3 against the Revs on the 5th of August. 2-1. The set, Feldman to the plate. His breaking ball is met and fouled back. The way that hit the concrete and bounced up, I would imagine there's a pretty good sized crease in that baseball. Robinson is in at 2-2. A hot-hitting Peroni in the on-deck circle. Anthony getting to play right now about 1 game out of 3, but he takes advantage of his chances on the offensive side. His average is up to .291 on the campaign. Robinson bats 2-2. Here's the pitch. It's in the dirt, filling the count, giving Galen and Dugan the early start at 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Barnstormers with 1 run on the board, 3 consecutive 2-out singles. The first inning getting stretched out here, 25 pitches already delivered by Feldman. Robinson waits on the 3-2. Feldman comes set. The offering is low. Ball 4. Peroni will bat with the bases loaded. We talk about this hot streak that Peroni is on, and he's going to have to wait a moment as Darren Downs already is going to pay a mound visit for the Long Island Ducks. Peroni is 18 out of his last 40, hitting .450 in a span of 17 games. That's included a couple of pinch hitting appearances. He hasn't had necessarily huge games, but he has been steadily punching some line drives around the field. This stretch has included a 4-hit game. That was against Lexington back on the 24th of August. So Peroni will bat with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Galen's at third, Dugan at second, Robinson aboard on the walk. The Ducks know that Peroni is capable of doing damage. He's 5 out of 15 with 6 runs batted in the season series against Long Island. Feldman in a lot of 2-out trouble here in this first inning. His pitch to Peroni is inside and ball 1. The on-deck hitter, the third baseman, Nick Schumpert. Peroni has 1 home run on the season. It was hit at Southern Maryland nearly 3 months ago. It tied a ball game. In the late innings. 1 ball, no strikes here. Feldman will go back to work out of the wind. Peroni hits a high fly ball, shallow right field. Daniel Fields jogging in. That will get Feldman out of the inning. The Barnstormers do strike, however. They pick up 1 run on 3 hits with no errors. 3 men are left. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning, and Zach Smith taking the hill for the Barnstormers. It is Lancaster 1 and Long Island coming up.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Zach Smith was supposed to go back to the bullpen, but Tommy Shirley not able to make his start here this weekend. And Smith gets inserted back in today, operating on 4 days of rest. Right-hander from Katy, Texas, pitched reasonably well against Southern Maryland on Tuesday night. Again, we have to adjust our definition of reasonably well. 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs with 4 walks and 3 strikeouts. Against Southern Maryland, the Barnstormers rallied to win that game by the score of 8-5. Smith not involved in the decision. His one win here in the Atlantic League over this Long Island ball club. Last time they were at Clipper Magazine Stadium, he threw 5 shutout innings against them and won by the score of 3-1. Smith is 1-2 in 22 innings. He's allowed 36 hits and 30 walks. Those numbers are not good, but most of that is actually from his first couple of appearances, and the Barnstormers have won 3 out of the last 4 games that Smith has started. The first 2 appearances, he had given up 15 runs in 4 2/3 innings. So since then, the numbers have noticeably improved. Vladimir Frias, Steve Lombardozzi, and Lou Ford, the top 3, stepping in against Smith in the bottom of the first inning. The Barnstormers are on the board with the RBI single by Dugan in the top half of this inning. Nick Schumpert playing third for the Barnstormers today. Clea Luis Rendon is the shortstop. Blake Alleman at second. Kelly Dugan at first. The outfield with Trayvon Robinson in left. The center fielder is Alejandro De Aza. Caleb Gindel is in right, with Anthony Peroni catching here today. Frias leading off. He's batting .305 with 5 home runs on the season. The pitch is served in low. Ball 1 and no strikes. Again, Jeff Bianchi is running the Barnstormers for the second consecutive day. Ross Peoples asked to step aside. And again, we really don't feel at liberty to get into the details. There's a pop fly out to left toward the line. Racing over is Robinson, and just inside fair territory, he makes the catch. Frias is retired, 1 out. Steve Lombardozzi, the second baseman, will come to the plate. Ross will be out for the remainder of this series, and it looks like the beginning of the York series as well. At some point, we will feel a little bit more at liberty. It's just it's an unfortunate set of circumstances. Ball is low. Lombardozzi batting at 1-0. 1 out with nobody on base. Smith kicks, fires, and Lombardozzi tears into that, driving it to right field for a base hit. Hustling over on it is Gindel. He'll keep it to a single. 1 out base runner and designated hitter Lou Ford stepping in. I guess I have to reserve comment about the dangers of leaving the bases loaded in the first inning, because the Barnstormers were guilty of that on Tuesday night, loading the bases, in fact, with nobody out against Colton Mahoney, and they did not appear to be in good shape in that game, and they came back to win. Lombardozzi is on, being held by Dugan. The pitch is outside and low to Ford for a ball. 1-0 the count. So some people are a little bit concerned. Ross is fine. His family is fine. It's nothing of that nature. That's chopped at the plate. Foul by Ford. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Troy Steffi is on his way to Long Island. He will be joining Jeff here tomorrow. Ross is still here, but not allowed to be in the dugout. And now we see the plate umpire, Silvio Martinez, grooming the batter's box on the right side, kicking some dirt around home plate. Not quite sure what that is all about. That dirt looks a little clumpy down there, if you ask me. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Infield set, double play depth. Smith goes to work and to Ford. Ball 2 below the knees. 2 balls and a strike. Lombardozzi has 13 steals. He's been caught 4 times. Long Island got cut off in the first inning last night when Vladimir Frias was thrown out by Anderson De La Rosa. 2-1. There goes Lombardozzi. The pitch is outside. The Peroni throw is well wide of the bag and into center field. Peroni will end up scooting to third. A stolen base and a throwing error by Peroni. And it is a man at third base now with 1 out. 3 balls and 1 strike, the count on Ford. Here is the delivery. Ground ball. That will be flagged on a diving stop, but no chance to get Ford. His infield single drives in the run, and we are tied at 1-1. Great effort out at second base. That We have a tie ball game. L.J. Mazzilli, the left fielder, will come to the plate. Each club using singles to produce a run here in the first inning of play this afternoon. Ford, the runner at first base, don't expect him to be taking off. The 45-year-old Major League veteran. Driving in the run with the base hit up the middle. The Barnstormers got the diving stop, but that was all that the club could produce. The offering, sharp ground ball, diving stop by Shumpert over at third. He'll bounce the throw, a wonderful play against Mazzilli. That is out number 2 as Ford moves ahead to second. Put a star by that one in the scorebook. Shumpert comes up with the big play. Alleman, the diving stop on the one before, but couldn't get up to make the throw. Davidson Romero will come to the plate with the runner at second base, and now 2 outs in the inning. Ford with his 17th run batted in of the season, his 5th against the Barnstormers. That may or may not go down in the books as an earned run. We'll have to wait to see on that front. Smith goes to work on Romero. It is over but low for a ball, 1-0. You certainly can construe where it would be earned. The subsequent events following the throwing error probably would have gotten Lombardozzi home anyhow. 1 ball and no strikes, except in reality, Alleman might have had a force out if Lombardozzi had, well, it's still been at first, but he did steal a base, so it's all moot. I think the run's earned. A strike to Romero. Smith is even with him at 1 ball and 1 strike. I think I'm overthinking the issues here. Everything for the Barnstormers came with 2 outs in the inning, and the Ducks got going with 1 out in the bottom portion. 1 ball, 1 strike to Davidson Romero. The delivery in the dirt, and that kicks away from Peroni, moving forward to third. And that should be a wild pitch, and that definitely makes the run earned. 2 balls, 1 strike to Davidson Romero. Well, this now becomes a fairly significant batter and a fairly significant out to pick up. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count to Romero. And now time is called as the umpires need to have a conference. And is this about, we saw this a couple of times in West Virginia, is he allowed to throw from the windup without officially registering that or not? Well, it's 1-1, and the umpires have to have a conversation, and it's about the game and the situation, not about dinner plans. Romero will walk off, and Wally Backman comes out to talk to Romero. Silvio Martinez is going to have a word with Jeff Bianchi. The Barnstormers will converse in the middle of the infield. More mysteries of this weekend on Long Island. More mysteries of this 2021 Atlantic League season, which has led us down many a rabbit hole and continues to do so. We've had the umpire thrown out of the game at West Virginia. Some crazy balk calls. So I guess everybody has been clued in to whatever the discussion was. Ford is over at third base with 2 outs. The batter, Romero. Barnstormers 1, Ducks 1 in the bottom half of the first inning. Decent Sunday crowd here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. 2 balls, 1 strike Ford up the line from third. The pitch is in the dirt. That gets through Peroni and will allow Ford to score the second run of the inning. And it's 3-1 to Romero. Two to 1 Long Island. The Barnstormers have plenty of time to respond. Smith has uncorked a couple of wild pitches. I think that will go down as a wild pitch. We are not certain as of yet. Meanwhile, Romero bats at 3 balls and a strike. The Smith offering, that is wrapped the short. One hop to Rendon, who kind of make a soft throw across the diamond, but it's dug up by Dugan to end the inning. 2 runs on 2 hits for Long Island. There was an error that ultimately didn't come into play because of the wild pitches afterwards. Nobody was left on base at the end of an inning. The Long Island Ducks lead the Lancaster Barnstormers by a score of 2-1.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
Nick Schumpert, Clea Luis Rondon, and Caleb Gindel, the scheduled hitters in the Barnstormers half of the second inning. Lancaster struck in the bottom of the first and it seemed to be swinging the bats incredibly well against Feldman. They got the 1-run home. And then a couple of wild pitches and a bad throw on a stolen base attempt, resulting in a pair of runs for Long Island. 3 hits for the Barnstormers and 2 for the Ducks. And the problems with the dirt circle around home plate continue. They have been working on it throughout the break between innings. There were all kinds of issues throughout the first inning. For whatever reason, the dirt has just clumped together down there, and a lot of little piles of dirt still. Here's Schumpert batting .209 with a homer. He's driven in 20. Swing and a miss at the Feldman fastball. It is no balls and 1 strike. 2-1 Long Island here in the second inning. I don't know what would have created that, but we've seen the umpires, the catchers, the hitters, the grounds crew all trying to get rid of the packed together little lumps around the batter's box. They've obliterated the lines, and Silvio Martinez, the umpire, has done most of that. To Schumpert, 1-1. The Ducks play him to hit to the opposite field. He refuses to reach after the slider wide. 2 balls and 1 strike here. Lancaster with 3 base hits in the opening inning, a couple of loud outs. There was a walk in there. They did leave the bases loaded. Schumpert swings and misses. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that just seems to be an area where Nick is a little bit vulnerable. That fastball up and in. He's 3 out of 20 with 1 run batted in on the season against Long Island. If he hadn't made the play against Mazzilli in the bottom of the first inning, it could have been a lot worse for Smith. Swing and a miss. Well, the first strikeout is recorded for Feldman, 1 away. Clea Luis Rondon, the shortstop, will come to the plate. He's hitting .251 with 5 home runs and 40 runs batted in. Rendon with just one extra base hit in the last month. That came at West Virginia on the 20th, a game in which he went 3 for 3. His timing got a little bit off. He was swinging the bat incredibly well from this left side for a month and a half or so. Pitch to him from Feldman. Breaking ball gets back to the plate for a called strike. It is 0-1. With Gindel waiting on deck. Barnstormers down by a run here in the second inning against Long Island. Game 4 of this series will also be in the daytime tomorrow. Same time, 1:35. Upstairs to Rendon. The count is level at 1 apiece. The Barnstormers will be sending Augie Silk to the mound tomorrow against Joe Iorio, who has been the Long Island ace. Ball 2 is high, 2-1. Then it's back home to take on York and Long Island on the upcoming homestand. Following that, the Barnstormers go to York, Southern Maryland, and finally getting out of the division, going down to High Point. Swing and a foul tip. 2-2, though I'm not sure that a trip to High Point with how well that club is playing right now is necessarily going to be any kind of a pleasure cruise. And the Barnstormers historically have not done very well against the Rockers. Hector Sanchez took a beating from that foul tip. And the trainer, Deanna Reynolds, comes out and checks in on the Long Island receiver, slowing today's game down yet again. We have 1 out in the top of the second inning, and we've been going on for 35 minutes or so. We've had a big confab with the umpires in the bottom of the first inning. All the issues with the dirt around home plate, and now Sanchez getting just another one of those bumps and bruises that catchers accumulate. Even Rob Rosato catching in the bullpen, he got a few abrasions and contusions from last night, just warming up 3 or 4 different relievers. The Barnstormers used 3, but they had a 4th ready to go. Rendon batting at 2-2. He will now step back in against Brendan Feldman. The former Astro farmhand. Rendon worked his way around. Cubs, Braves, Red Sox. 2-2 pitch. Rendon chops a foul past Melvin, and it got just trapped in a camera well there. Mercedes was about to chase that down the right field line, and the ball, it hit the sandbag from the tarp. I think they might have had to put the tarp on overnight. I'm not sure. They're definitely going to have to put it on overnight tonight. There is rain in the forecast for Long Island in the late evening and overnight hours. Rendon pulls it into right field. He's got a base hit. That is the 4th Barnstormers single of the afternoon. Clea Luis Rendon, a 1-out runner, and Caleb Gindel will come to the plate. Gindel flied out about as long of a drive as you can hit in this ballpark and still be retired. The ball traveled about 390 feet, and Kelly made somewhat of a leaping catch on the warning track, not dramatically so. That was on Feldman's very first pitch of the afternoon. Rendon out to a lead. Here's the set, and to Gindel, high and outside to Caleb. Ball 1, no strikes. Blake Alleman, the second baseman, scheduled to bat next. 4 hits for the Barnstormers. They have yet to get the leadoff man on in an inning, however. The 1-0 pitch. Gindel gets up and away for ball 2. It is 2-0. Little soft toss back to the mound from Sanchez, and Rendon popped a good 10, 15 feet off the first base bag. 2 balls and nothing. Big hole on the right side for Gindel. Here's the 2-0 offering. He yanks a liner foul. That will kick back out toward Fields and right. He'll have to jog in, get the loose baseball, and toss that off the field of play. And there it goes, up into the seats. And he almost hit a trash can. The fans will get it eventually. Gindel bats 2-1, infield setup, double play depth. It's been a while since Rendon has stolen a base. He has 5. The 2-1, Gindel reaches out and hits a soft looper that will carry out a play. Feldman back even with Gindel at 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Same count that Cleo Luis Rendon had. Rendon lined the single into right. Pickoff throw goes to first, and Cleo hits the deck. Never really threatened. The throw was up at chest level on Shaw. They've got to try and keep him close, keep the double play in order. That's the objective more than anything else. And another pickoff throw, and again, Rendon back without too much of a scare. His last stolen base came at West Virginia back on July 27th. So it's been that long for Rendon. The Barnstormers haven't been stealing all that many as of late anyhow. 2-2, Gindel takes the breaking ball. That is strike 3 called. Second punch out for Feldman in the inning. And now it's up to Alemund, who lined to second back in the first. 2-1 Ducks, despite the 4 base hits and a walk given up by Feldman in an inning and 2/3. The Barnstormers left the bases loaded in the first inning. Everything developed with 2 outs, and everything happened in the wrong order for the Barnstormers to score multiple runs there. Now to Alemund. He pops it up to short left center field. Streaking in is Kelly, and it will be Mazzilli cutting in front of him to make the catch. The Barnstormers denied in the second. No runs on a hit with no errors and 1 left. We're mid-2 here on Long Island, and the Ducks continue to lead by the score of 2-1.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with quick cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at 150 grand. Plus quick cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
And as we get ready for the bottom of the second inning, we have another conversation between Wally Backman and the home plate umpire Silvio Martinez. And I cannot fathom this discussion either. And we have Joe Iglio, the third base umpire, being brought into the discussion. Martinez heads over to the Long Island dugout. Heads down the stairwell. I don't know if Martinez was not feeling well or what the situation is with yet another delay going on here this afternoon. It's also beginning to look a little bit gloomy here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. So after the discussion and the relatively quick departure from the field for plate umpire Silvio Martinez, he returns. Smith is ready to roll, and He will face Chris Shaw, the first baseman, leading off here in the bottom of the second inning. Yep, just another rabbit hole here in 2021. Rendon now doing some tailoring out at shortstop. The dirt in places, and it's especially been true behind home plate, has the consistency, it seems, of a used litter box. Ball one, no strikes. Shaw reaches out and pokes a foul down the left side. It is 1-1. They've had, I am told, a lot of rain here on Long Island during the summer, not just from Ida over the past week, but all summer long. Whenever the ball club has been home, it has come down a lot. They've had, I am told, more rainouts than ever before. And we're only about 3/4 of the way through the year. 2 balls, 1 strike to Chris Shaw. And Smith is down and away with it for ball 3. It is 3-1. Ducks 2, Barnstormers 1. Bottom half of the second inning here on Long Island. Lancaster got the early jump, hasn't been able to extend it. Here's the 3-1 on Shaw, swung on and foul tipped. We go to 3-2. This game is taking forever to proceed, and I'm going to check the radar really quickly, but it just looks like it's going to rain soon. Ground ball, second base, Allemond, an easy chance. Smith bounces back to get Shaw on the ground out. It's 4 straight ground balls that Smith has been able to get. The first of the 4 went down as a base hit. The batter is Hector Sanchez, the catcher, 228 on the year for the veteran, the former Giant. One out, nobody on here. Smith to the plate. That is fouled straight back. Sanchez batting at 0-1. Well, there is some patchy rain out there, and we could get into a little bit of it here in the reasonably near future. It's not major. It's nothing that's going to rain us out today, and nothing, it may not even be hard enough to have a slight delay in the ball game, but there is one patch of rain just off to our west, and it looks like we may see something falling here before too much longer. Ball 2 is outside. Smith to Sanchez, now 2-1. 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning. One scoring on an infield single by Ford, and he would eventually come around on a pair of wild pitches. The 2-1, Sanchez pulls that, up for it goes Allemond, and he makes a nice catch. 2 gone in the inning, and Daniel Fields stepping in. Blake Allemond has made a couple of really fine plays at second base. Unfortunately, the first time he couldn't scramble to his feet in time to cut down Ford. And it went down as the RBI single. The run was going to score anyway, but if he'd been able to throw out Ford, it would have prevented the second run. But that would have been just a stellar effort above and beyond. So to Fields, a ground ball foul as he aimed it up the third baseline. He trails by a strike. It is 0-1. Again, Ford in the lineup today, so Darren Downs is coaching third for Long Island. He being the pitching coach. Wally operates from the top step of the dugout. No balls and 1 strike. The count to Fields. 4 in a row, retired by Smith, who trails 2-1 here this afternoon. Here's the motion. Smith to the plate. That's fouled away. And a second strike. It is 0-2. Three hits in the first inning for the Barnstormers to produce a run. 2 hits. Stolen base, a throwing error, and a couple of wild pitches, getting the 2 runs across for Long Island. 0-2 pitch. He puts them away. A swing and a miss. Field goes down. Smith with his first strikeout of the day. Nothing across in the second inning for Long Island at the end of 2. The Ducks continue to lead by the score of 2-1.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone looking out for the safety of a loved one.
Come here, honey. Let's get you buckled up.
And this is the sound of a Lexus looking out for someone else on the road. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our full line of vehicles, each with our advanced standard safety technology. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Pre-collision system with pedestrian detection is not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Lancaster down by a run as we will head to the 3rd inning. And the umpires are now conversing with the Long Island trainer along the first base side, but I believe that is nothing but a water run. The umpires, just like the players, need to stay hydrated. Top of the 3rd inning, De Aza, Galen, and Dugan for the Barnstormers against Brendan Feldman. This is the trio that all collected a base hit in that first inning. De Aza 8 for 10 in this series. He's 20 out of his last 40. And the average closing back in on 333 for the Barnstormers center fielder. Still not good enough to be in the top 10 in the league. Feldman into the motion, and to De Aza, up and in. Ball 1 and no strikes. The sailing hasn't exactly been smooth for Feldman here today, giving up 4 hits and a walk. He did strike out a pair last inning. 1 ball and nothing to De Aza. Feldman kicks, brings it home, and it's 2-0. Giving De Aza a leg up on this plate appearance. Blake Galen waiting on deck. Lancaster down 2-1 here in the 3rd inning. Feldman ready to go, and the 2-0 offering. Missing outside for ball 3. It is 3-0. Alejandro was retired on a force play. Well, he wasn't even retired technically, but he grounded into a force play in the 7th inning last night. He popped up to first, his first at bat of this series. Now 3-0 to him. Feldman misses outside, so not another hit for De Aza, but a 4-pitch walk. He is on to start off the 3rd inning. Blake Galen stepping in. Galen singled through the left side back in the 1st inning. In this series, De Aza has scored 4 times now. He has driven in 2. Galen will try to build the inning and get Alejandro around again. Here's the pitch to Blake. He pops this up into foul territory. This is playable. Hector Sanchez circling around near the plate, makes the catch. Galen on 1 pitch goes down, and Dugan will come in. Kelly with a RBI single back in the 1st inning. Dugan's RBI pace slowed down for 4 games. He went 4 games in succession without knocking one home, and then made up for lost time last night with 5. He has 46 runs banded in the last 37 games, 28 in the last 20. 1 out, 1 on, and to Kelly here. Ground ball on the right side. It'll be fished out by Lombardozzi, who will get the force out at second. Dugan's safe on the fielder's choice, and it leaves this inning to Robinson. Trayvon walked his first time up. Kelly, by the way, has also hit safely in 30 of the last 36. So it's been quite a tremendous stretch for him. It started in late July and it continues here into the month of September. Robinson digs in with 2 outs and the runner at first base. Feldman working out of the stretch. He'll bring it home and snap it to the inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. And the Barnstormers got off to the great start offensively today. The first 6 batters had a positive at bat, even in a couple of cases allowed out. But only Rendon, since Deaza with the walk here, has been able to do very much. With the Barnstormers trailing by a run to Robinson. Feldman tries to sneak one to the outside corner and misses. It is 1 ball, 1 strike. Anthony Peroni waits on deck. 2-1 Long Island in the top half of the 3rd inning today at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Feldman to the set, and Robinson takes outside and low for ball 2, and we have a 2-1 count. Love nothing more than to see Trayvon put a charge into one here. 2 balls and a strike. Dugan leads off first. The pitch, check swing by Robinson, and he did hold in time, says Iglio, the third base umpire. Robinson batting at 3-1, looking for his pitch. Three and one. Trayvon will pick up a walk, and Peroni gets a shot here in the 3rd. That is Lancaster's 7th base runner of the game. Dugan ahead to 2nd, with Robinson now trailing at 1st. Peroni stands in. Again, I keep getting questions. Ross is fine. This is nothing health related. It is, I like to euphemistically call it, a league-sponsored vacation. Breaking ball is outside, ball 1 and no strikes. I don't feel at liberty to get into any details as to what happened, but Ross has been asked by the league to step aside for a few days. He'll be back running the ball club sometime on the next homestand. It's a Peroni breaking ball. That misses. With the slider, it's 2-0. Nick Schumpert waits on deck. I was concerned last night because it was obvious Ross wasn't running the ball club, that Jeff Bianchi was, and I had no explanation given to me. And the game was late getting started as all of this was coming down. Ball 3 is high and inside. Peroni on the verge of reaching here in the 3rd inning. Already a couple of walks given up by Feldman. And the next thing I knew, Wally Backman, it looked like the bride left at the altar for the home plate meeting, and finally Jeff Bianchi came out. The Barnstormers were not out warming up. 3-0 pitch is a strike on the very inside corner. Dugan at 2nd, Robinson at 1st. Peroni bats at 3-1, trying to find an open patch of lawn in the outfield and get us tied back up here. Ducks are up by the 2-1 score. 3 balls, 1 strike from Feldman to Peroni, and he hits a smash to 2nd. Staggering is Lombardozzi, but he'll get the out, and the Barnstormers again are thwarted. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 left. They've stranded 6 for the ball game. And we go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning with Long Island continuing to lead by the score of 2-1.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, Zach Smith will be facing Ty Kelly, Vladimir Frias, and then Steve Lombardozzi. Nobody left on base for Long Island, and the Barnstormers have marooned 6 here today. But it's not that they have stumbled with runners in scoring position. They're actually 1 for 3 in that category, but everything gets going late in the innings for this Barnstormers ball club. They need to get the leadoff hitter on and continue. So Ty Kelly will lead off, 275 hitter with 2 runs batted in. Five in a row set down by Smith. But within that, there were a couple of wild pitches that enabled Ford to score the go-ahead run back in the opening inning. Hard to believe that next weekend the NFL will be underway. But come on out, enjoy a nice Sunday afternoon with the Barnstormers and watch football later. That's my game plan. 0-1. The count to Kelly, 3 for 16 in the season series, and Smith finds the range again. It's 0-2. Zach being inserted back into the rotation. It's like he never left, as Tommy Shirley is down, missing this turn. Outside and a ball. It is 1-2. Augie Silk scheduled to go tomorrow on 3 days rest. That was the latest plan I had anyhow. He threw 5 nice innings at Southern Maryland in game 1 on Thursday. Past the outside corner, 2-2 now on Kelly. And Dom DeSabatino then would be going on Tuesday against York. And back around the rotation we would go. Kelly looks at strike 3 on the outside corner. Smith has fanned 2 in a row. 1 down, and Vladimir Frias will come to the plate. You're seeing, as we go along in this season, the maturity of some of these younger pitchers. And it may simply be that not only are they going through the learning process, but a little bit of the load has been taken off with the arrivals of some more veteran pitchers like Cameron Gann and Ryan Eads. Frias flied out along the left field line, his first time up. The Smith delivery is a fastball outside. It is ball 1-0. Ducks leading 2-1. They have 2 singles and no walks. The Barnstormers have drawn 3 walks, have 4 singles, but can't put things together at the proper times. To Frias, high chopper foul past first base. It is 1-1 to the shortstop, the member of the Barnstormers for a year and a half. He did leave us for a while to go to the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. Got to AAA for the first and only time of his career during that stretch. He played for Reno. And of course, during that same time, and that ball is crushed to the gap. Right center field, hustling over is De Aza. He reaches out and makes the catch. Great play by Alejandro on the dead run, and he denies Frias for the second out of the inning. Lombardozzi will step in. But boy, did he get after that one in a hurry. And De Aza showing his specialty at playing center field, going a long, long way there. Making the backhanded grab, and now Lombardozzi steps in. He singled and scored back in the first inning. Frias was in the Diamondbacks organization with, at that point, Moya and Dugan and Gann. So, old home week in a sense. 1 ball, no strikes. And a Lombardozzi skied foul out of play down the left field line. It will go to 1-1. Ducks ahead by 1. Smith, with the help of his defense, has retired 7 in a row. We've seen 3 sparkling plays in the field from the Barnstormers to this point. Diving stop by Schumpert to get Mazzilli back in the first inning. Leaping catch by Allemond against Sanchez in the second. And that very fine running play by De Aza in the gap in right center field against Frias. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Lombardozzi. He has been a tough out for Barnstormers pitching this year. Smith is wide to him. It is now 2-2. Barnstormers will have Schumpert, Rendon, and Gindel stepping in the top of the 4th. Looking to dig back in. 1 run down. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that is just tapped foul by the Pennsylvania resident, Mr. Lombardozzi. With his ties to the Atlantic League, and I don't know how long that Steve Lombardozzi wants to play, but he would be a very natural fit to have something to do with the Hagerstown Ball Club coming in 2023. It's just low to him, and Smith has run the count to full 3-2. He's not that far away, living in Chambersburg, from Hagerstown. The ownership of the Ducks will have a minor stake in that Hagerstown franchise. They helped to get it going. Ball 4 is outside. Lombardozzi reaches first, and with 2 outs, the designated hitter Ford will come to the plate. Ford singled in a run. Ground ball up the middle. Great diving stop by Allemond back in the first inning, but he couldn't turn it into an out. It didn't matter for that run. It was going to score anyhow. Ford with his 17th run batted in of the season. He's been the DH the entire weekend, and wouldn't you know it, he's 3 for 8. The Barnstormers continue to be a panacea for Ford. Infield set, double play, or, well, no, they're back. I take that back. There are 2 outs in the inning. What am I talking about? Foul back to the screen. It is 0-1. College football underway this weekend. Caleb Gindel ended up on the upside on that. So did Devon Torrance. So did Zach Smith, though barely. Not such a good night for Ryan Eads. And Ross's Florida State Seminoles playing tonight. 1 strike here to Ford off the outside corner. 1-1 here. L.J. Mazzilli, the left fielder, waits on deck. Lombardozzi stole second back in the first inning. We'll see if he decides to take off again. He doesn't. Ford blisters one foul down the left field line. Smith out ahead of him at a ball and 2 strikes. Lombardozzi leads this Long Island ball club with 14 stolen bases. Tops on the Barnstormers is Ladarius Clark, who plays only part-time. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lou Ford. Smith working with 2 outs and the runner at first base. Lombardozzi stays put. Ball 2 is outside and low. That first inning got a little bit messy with the stolen base and the bad throw, and then the 2 wild pitches. Long Island didn't necessarily bat its way to 2 runs there. Lombardozzi takes off, and this is popped up by Ford. Appears to be playable. Peroni up along the third base line will make the grab, and Smith is safely through the bottom of the third. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the Ducks leave one. We will go to the 4th inning of baseball here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Long Island leading the Barnstormers 2-1.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone getting the most out of a summer day. So is this. Because for some, summer days were made for adventure. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of leading-edge hybrids, each with the power and range to help you get the most out of your summer. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Three innings in the books, 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base for the Long Island Ducks. The Barnstormers 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error, and Lancaster has left 6. Schumpert, Rendon, and Gindel scheduled against Brendan Feldman here in the 4th inning. Feldman has given up 4 singles and 3 walks through the first 3 innings. He's having a performance a little bit like Niall Ball had on our last visit here, when Ball allowed 15 base runners in 7 innings, yet only allowed 2 runs. Now here is Schumpert. He struck out back in the 2nd inning, one of 2 Ks for Feldman on the afternoon. The first pitch is, again, a fastball up and in. This is fouled into the crowd over on the third base side. Schumpert down by a strike. It is 0-1. We have seen over the course of the last week or so that Nick has power you've got to respect. He has hit a 3-run homer at our place and a long double to left center at Southern Maryland. The 0-1 pitch, ground ball right side, and another opportunity defensively for Lombardozzi. Gets the throw there with 1 step to spare. His 2nd consecutive assist against the Barnstormers. That brings on Clea Luis Rendon. He's singled into right field back in the 2nd. Ducks 2, Barnstormers 1. Playing the top half of inning 4 here today. The rest of the Atlantic League would be busy on this Sunday as well. But High Point and West Virginia have been rained out. Southern Maryland leads York 2-1, bottom 2. Outside to Rendon for a ball. It's 1-0. The rains never hit here. It certainly looked like they were about to. and skies have brightened slightly over the last couple of innings. Lexington and Gastonia will play at 4:50, and well, if it's true to form, they will combine to score about 30 runs. Last night's game ended 17-11 in favor of Lexington. Those two teams played 3 games last weekend. 94 runs were scored. In the first 2 games this weekend, I think it's now 51 have crossed the plate. That's just insane. 2-0. Rendon with a foul ball back. That got part of the stadium. 2 balls and 1 strike to the Lancaster shortstop. And again, I'm still neutral on the whole Southern Maryland York series. Is the best thing that can happen there, arguably, is some kind of a split. Rendon pummels one foul down the right side, and it's 2-2. Lancaster still trying to get that 1 run back and tie up the ball game. A couple of walks last inning and a 1-out single in the second, but the first inning has been the only productive one for the Barnstormers. It was slightly more productive for Long Island. Here comes the 2-2 to Rendon. That's fouled into the net, and the count holds on the Lancaster shortstop. Here's the 2-2 offering, and Rendon stays alive for another. 1 out, top half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers were swinging the bats very nicely the first time through the order. Feldman has had the mastery the second time through. Here is the 2-2 offering. Breaking ball just off the outside corner. Sanchez wanted to throw that around the diamond. The electronics didn't give it to him. 3-2 to Rendon, who's hitting about the same against the Ducks as he is against the league as a whole. Payoff pitch is on the way from Feldman. That is on the inside corner, but gets away from Sanchez. Rendon recognized it a little bit too late, and he's thrown out at first. Sanchez raced after the ball behind the backstop. Rendon took just an instant too long to recognize that the called third strike had gotten away. Now, Hector Sanchez would have had to have been charged with a pass ball there. But, wow. A called third strike on the inside corner, and a veteran catcher had it get past him and go to the backstop. The out's 2-3, and here is Gindel, who has flied to deep center and struck out looking. You won't see that very often. As a matter of fact, I didn't even put it down on my scorecard correctly. A called third strike and the out go 2-3. It just, that's baffling. And the 0-1 high to Caleb for a 1 ball and 1 strike count. I think everybody was a little surprised at the called third strike. And people were a little bit surprised that the previous pitch hadn't been called. 1-1 to Gindel, a shift on against him, and Caleb pops this up on the left side. Calling for it is the shortstop Frias, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Brendan Feldman. Again, the Barnstormers this team can't sustain momentum. They had it build up last night, an amazing all-around performance last night. They come out today, and after scoring a run in the first inning, they've gone a little bit flat. We go to the bottom half of the 4th inning now. It is still Long Island 2 and the Barnstormers 1.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Zach Smith will face L.J. Mazzilli, Debinson Romero, and Chris Shaw. Lancaster came into today at 44-42, 14-12 in the second half, and in first place by one. I've said this all along. There's going to have to eventually be separation from the 500 mark. 2 games over is not going to win the second half. That with Southern Maryland's rotation and York being rebuilt. A lot of the players that had gone to Mexico are now back. They're going to be tough down the stretch. And the Revs just 2 back. Somebody is going to get hot. One of those 3. First pitch to Mazzilli is cracked out the left field, coming on Robinson. He'll make the catch here. 1 man gone in the bottom of the fourth inning. Debinson Romero will step to the plate. 9 of the last 10 have been retired by Zach Smith. Turning into a decent performance for him. The 2 wild pitches in the first inning turned out to be costly. There's been nothing of the sort since that. Romero steps in. He hit a crisp 1 hopper to shortstop Clea Luis Rendon back in the first inning, and the Barnstormers have a shift on against Romero. Breaking ball is in the dirt, flagged by Peroni, and it is ball 1, no strike here. If Long Island wins the second half, it will open up a wild card spot. And right now, the Barnstormers and Southern Maryland are tied for that, which would give the Barnstormers the edge, with Lancaster leading 9-6 in the season series. 2 balls and nothing. And Romero, that is shot fouled on the left side. 2-1. Gray and at times gloomy afternoon. The gloom has lifted. Now just lead gray skies overhead, but no longer does it look like it's going to rain imminently. And I was incorrect in my assessment before that it looked like it was about to rain, both based on the way the sky looked and the radar. That nothing ever got to the ground anyhow. Debinson Romero back in at 2 balls and 1 strike here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Barnstormers trailing 2-1. Smith fires. It is low. He trails Romero now 3-1. Shaw, the on-deck batter. Offering, line drive, snapped up on a bounce by Rendon, and he will hose out Romero. The Barnstormers defense continues to be very slick out there this afternoon. 2 outs, and Chris Shaw will step to the plate. Another great play by the Barnstormers in the field. By no means was that a soft 1-hopper to Clea Luis Rendon. He went to his left and snapped it up as if it were nothing. Shaw Grounded out to Alleman back in the second, and that play was routine. Many others have not been. Smith trusting the 7 guys behind him. Ball is low on Shaw, 1-0 the count. Feldman, meanwhile, has thrown 74 pitches over the first 4 innings. Smith into the middle 50s, ball 2 to Shaw. It is 2-0. The Barnstormers just haven't been able to get the right hit at the right time. Ball 3 now to Shaw. Sanchez waits on deck. He was robbed by Alleman the last time up. And the 3-0. Shaw lets it go and gets ball 4. Walk number 2 issued by Zach Smith. And Sanchez will step in. He lined to Alleman with a leaping catch back in the second inning. Wasn't a wicked line drive. Alleman still had to time it perfectly. Shaw leads off first. He's there with 2 outs. No stolen bases for him since coming to Long Island. Ball 1 is outside to Sanchez. It's 1-0. It appears right now that outside corner isn't there. We saw it in the top of the inning on the 2-2 pitch to Rendon. And that last offering to Shaw as well. 2-0 now on Sanchez, and Smith has been working outside all these left-handed batters all afternoon. He's facing 6 of them. 2 balls, no strikes to Sanchez. That is taken to center field and down for a base hit. On to second goes Shaw. Sanchez is on, and Daniel Fields will bat with 2 outs and 2 on in the bottom of the 4th inning. And this certainly has all the makings of being a very big moment in this ball game. The Ducks leading 2-1. The Barnstormers without a base hit now for the last 10 batters. A couple of chances to score have gone by the wayside. Fields bats with 2 outs and 2 on. The Ducks, with runners in scoring position in this game, are 1 out of 2. Pitch inside and low to Fields. Ball 1-0 with Shaw at second and Sanchez at first. Fields a very casual stance in the batter's box, slightly open. He awaits the 1-0, fouled off the end of the bat. 1 ball and 1 strike. Barnstormers with Alleman, Deaza, and Galen stepping in the 5th inning against Feldman. Both teams, coming off the routes of the last 2 nights, have their back ends of the bullpens available for duty later today, and I would expect to see it on both sides no matter what the score. The Fields outside and low on an off-speed pitch, and now it's 2-1. Ty Kelly is on deck, and Zach Smith, who was on a roll, now having trouble getting the final out in this 4th inning. 2-1 with 2 outs and 2 on. Smith working from the stretch, brings it home, and this is skied to left and hit pretty well. Robinson goes back, the wind blowing that way. Trayvon leaping try at the wall, and the walls will not contain it. Daniel Fields going the other way with a 3-run homer, and Long Island has busted it open, all with 2 outs in the 4th inning. It is now 5-1 in favor of the Ducks. That win may have denied Gindel leading off the ball game, and it aids Fields here in the 4th inning. It is blowing at a fairly brisk pace out to left. Fields got the ball up in it and carries it over the wall, his 10th home run, and Ty Kelly will now step in. Kelly struck out looking back in the 3rd inning. Well, the hits are even at 4, but Long Island with the big blow. And now to Kelly, a fastball is outside for ball one. It's 1-0. Smith continuing to go away, away, away. Fields read it and goes with the pitch to the opposite field for the 3-run homer. Now it's in on Kelly and foul back. Ball one and strike one. Lancaster lost here 9-1 Friday night, won 13-2 last night. And tonight, or this afternoon, down 5-1. Kelly bats 0-2. He strikes out for the second time. Smith fans his third, but damage is done. 3 runs on 2 hits with no errors, nobody left on base. At the end of 4, it is Long Island 5 and the Barnstormers 1.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
This is the sound of the kind of thrill ride summer was made for. Here's the sound of another one. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of performance vehicles, including the RCF, LC, and IS. Strap in and then hold on tight. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Top of the 5th inning, and the Barnstormers now find themselves trailing by 4 after the 2-out eruption in the bottom of the 4th inning by the Long Island Ducks, capped by the Daniel Fields home run. And the difference in today's game is simply that the Ducks have had now 6 base runners, and 5 of them have scored. We saw that against Niall Ball back on Friday night. That's the Barnstormers style of play typically. But for Lancaster today, 7 base runners and only 1 across the dish. Blake Alleman leads off the 5th. He's 0 for 2 on a liner to second and a fly out to left. Brendan Feldman hasn't given up a hit since 1 out in the 2nd inning. Alleman will take a ball inside. It is 1-0. Feldman has not been sharp, but he has been effective. A lot of pitches out of the zone, a lot of long counts. The 1-0, ball 2 off the outside corner. Alleman with an edge, 2-0. This is where you'd like to see the Barnstormers bounce right back with this part of the lineup and get a couple on the scoreboard before Long Island thinks about pulling away. 2-0, Alleman gets ball 3 upstairs and enjoys a 3-ball, no-strike count. Deaza drew a 4-pitch walk leading off the 3rd inning. Alleman at 3-0 here. Feldman ready to go. Alleman will take, and he will look at ball 4 outside. Leadoff man is on here in the Barnstormers 5th as Feldman walks his 4th. Now here is Deaza. A single and a walk for Alejandro this afternoon. 8 for 10 with 2 walks in the series. He's reached 10 of his last 11 plate appearances. And the one he technically didn't, he's still aboard on a fielder's choice, so he's just been a regular on the base paths here in this series. Looking to extend this inning or extend a rally. Alleman aboard with the leadoff walk. Deaza knocks a foul off the wrists out of play. It is 0-1. Blake Galen waits on deck, and then Kelly Dugan. A segment of this batting order where you've got your top, and in the cases of Deaza and Dugan, your hottest hitters. Allemand held by Shaw over at first. And to Alejandro, a ball is outside. Blake Allemand, 5 stolen bases. The scoreboard reads 1-2, but it is a ball and a strike. There have only been 2 pitches in this at bat. Now it's corrected. 1-1, fouled. So we can go back to 1-2. Alejandro De Aza facing Brendan Feldman here in the 5th inning. 3 singles for the Barnstormers in the first. 4 really hard hit balls by the Barnstormers in the first inning. Rendon with a 1-out single. That was hit pretty hard in the second. And since then, Lancaster has not met anything squarely. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Feldman goes back to work. De Aza yanks this foul. And that screaming into the seats down the first baseline. When De Aza is at the plate and you've got tickets out past the net or above the net on the first base side, you must always be on the alert. He turns on pitches so quickly. In that case, roped it foul up along the first baseline. 1-2 continuing. Feldman goes back to work, and De Aza takes ball 2 off the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Feldman now into the 80s on his pitch count for the day. To De Aza, here's the 2-2, ball 3. This one inside and low. As well as Alejandro is swinging the bat, it could be tempting to start Allemand here. Three balls, 2 strikes. Blake inching off first base. Shaw holding him. The set, the runner holds. The 3-2 is torched to right toward the corner, and that ball is fair into the corner and bouncing over the wall. It's a ground rule double for De Aza, and the Barnstormers have runners at second and third with nobody out here in the 5th inning. Alejandro De Aza continues to have an unbelievable series here on Long Island. His 9th hit of this 3-game set, his 4th double. He is at second with Allemand ahead of him. Blake Galen, the batter. The infield plays back with the 4-run lead. They will trade a run for an out. Feldman goes to work on Galen. Blake takes outside for a ball, 1-0. Kelly Dugan waits on deck. Well, the Barnstormers can at least take a chunk out of the Long Island lead in this 5th inning. Trailing 5-1 are the Barnstormers. Galen 1 for 2 on the afternoon. He is single to left and foul to the catcher. Ball 2 is outside. Feldman has gotten out of rhythm. Darren Downs has used one of his timeouts, and he's going to use his second right here. Downs out to speak with Feldman, the man from the Show Me State from Washington, Missouri. Now, there is a Washington University in Missouri, but that is actually in the city of St. Louis. I have been there for a college football game, of all things. I had some interesting travels as the sports information director for my alma mater. Took me a couple of times to New York City and once to St. Louis. And then there was that, one of the worst days of my career in sports was also one of those games. 2 balls and no strikes to Galen. Blake pops it up. This will get off the field of play. It's 2-1. But a football game up at St. Lawrence, which, as the name might indicate, is on the Seaway, pretty close. Can't remember exactly which town it is in up that way. I know a couple of our listeners probably know, but it was about 35 degrees, raining. The press box leaked, no heat, and I had a bad cold to begin with. Ball 3. No, that is a second strike on the outside corner to Galen. It is 2-2 on Blake. Well, the outside corner resurfaces. Allemond is at third. DeAza at second. Galen would love to drive in 2. Definitely wants to pick up 1 here. Dugan waiting on deck. Feldman goes to work. Galen looks at ball 3 outside. It is a full count here in the 5th inning. The Barnstormers on the attack. 2 already aboard. A walk to Allemond. DeAza with the ground rule double to the right field corner. Here's the payoff. Galen swings and misses. Well, that is out number 1. Dugan now will give it a shot. Dugan, an RBI single in the 1st inning and safe on a fielder's choice in the 3rd. Well, the Barnstormers miss out on the first opportunity to do some harm to Feldman here in the 5th inning. Dugan 1 for 1 today with a runner in scoring position. Feldman's pitch, and Kelly looks at that for strike 1. The Barnstormers need to get at least 1 run home here, if not 2. They don't score here. Long Island has a psychological lock on this ball game. Barnstormers in it with a run or 2. To Dugan, way outside, speared by Sanchez. Ball 1 and strike 1. Dugan on the year now, 35 out of 79 with runners in scoring position. Trying to accomplish something else right now. Allemond leads from 3rd. DeAza off 2nd. It is a ball and a strike to Kelly. Target set by Sanchez. Feldman's pitch. Breaking ball is in the zone for a 2nd strike, and it's 1-2. Robinson's on deck. He's walked twice. This is a day where the Barnstormers can't seem to pick up the big hit. The 1-2 pitch. Outside and low. It bleeds through Sanchez. Here comes Allemond. We've got a throwback to the plate. That's not in time. On to 3rd is DeAza. Well, the Barnstormers get 1 run home anyway. Dugan batting at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Feldman hustled home. Sanchez raced after the loose baseball, but they could not catch Allemond at the plate. And now, oddly, the infield will be brought in against Dugan with a 3-run lead. Not sure I quite understand this. DeAza at 3rd with 1 out. Dugan bats at 2-2. Here's the pitch. Kelly screams it to right field and a base hit. He's done it once more. DeAza will come home, and Dugan has made it 5-3 with the RBI single. So the Barnstormers very much alive and well in this ball game. Dugan with his 7th run batted in the last 24 hours. It is just amazing what he has been able to do in the RBI situations. 36 for 80, 450 now on the season. Pitch that scored Allemond, ruled a wild pitch, by the way. Robinson shows bunt. The pitch is in the dirt. Dugan is racing ahead to 2nd, and he's going to make it. And that pitch came through and got Silvio Martinez. So Feldman and Sanchez have misfired twice in the last 3 pitches. And this time, It costs an injury to the home plate umpire. Martinez is down. Robinson will bat at 1-0 with Dugan ahead to second base. Anthony Peroni, the catcher, waits on deck. They're tending to Sylvia Martinez. Deanna Reynolds has been very busy out there today. Martinez back to his feet. His umpiring mates, Mike Williams and Joe Iglio, checking in on him. That is a brotherhood, just like so many others in this game. Catchers all have respect for each other. Catchers and umpires have respect for each other. Now Martinez is good to go after that shot on the pitch in the dirt. Robinson with a chance to drive in another run. That, by the way, charged as a pass ball. Wild pitch earlier in the inning. A ball and no strikes to Robinson. Now 2 opportunities to get Dugan home from second base and bring the Barnstormers 1 closer. It's 5-3 at the moment. And Robinson 1-0, popped up, third base side and out of play. Feldman is picked up just 1 out here in this 5th inning as he approaches 100 pitches on the afternoon. Barnstormers with 6 hits, and he's walked 4. He's given up 3 runs at this stage. 1-1 to Robinson. That is inside and ball 2. Robinson walked in the first and again in the third. Now seeking a base hit. Dugan is off second. Feldman to the plate. Robinson will take ball 3 inside and low. Peroni on deck, then Schumpert. Both hitless on the afternoon. They're the only 2 right-handed batters facing Feldman. They are collectively 0 for 4. The Barnstormers have gotten some things done from the left side of the plate. Robinson bats now 3-1. The Feldman pitch is high. Trayvon will pick up his 3rd walk. The tying runs are on for the Barnstormers here. And we'll see if Wally makes a move. He is actually heading down the steps in his dugout, as Feldman has been able to succeed against the right-handed hitters. The lefties have been on base pretty steadily throughout this game. Lancaster has had 11 different men get on base for this inning. Dugan's at second, Robinson's at first. Peroni is fly to right and grounded to second. Feldman working out of the stretch, and he is high to Anthony. Ball 1, no strikes. Lancaster putting the pressure on here in the 5th inning. A couple of solid base hits from the red-hot De Aza and Dugan, and a couple of walks sprinkled in. 1 ball, no strikes on Peroni. That's inside and low. Sanchez has to reach for it. Feldman may not have much left in the tank, and the Barnstormers would love to be able to exploit that and pick up a couple more runs in this inning. Dugan at second. Robinson at first. Kelly has driven in Alejandro De Aza twice in this ball game. Here's the 2-0 on Peroni. He goes for it, fouls that back, and that one comes sharply off of Sanchez. 2 balls and a strike. Sanchez hasn't moved afterwards. He indicates to Peroni he's okay. And Martinez walks a new baseball out to Feldman. 5-3, Long Island leading here in the 5th inning. Peroni bats 2 balls and a strike with the tying runs on base. Single by Dugan was huge. But so was the wild pitch before it. To Peroni, 2-1. It is on the outside corner for a second strike, and we get to 2-2. Schumpert waits on deck. The Barnstormers really could use another knock. Feldman's pitch count up to 105. 2-2, and Peroni drives it to the gap, left center field. That is down for a base hit. Dugan will score. Robinson races for third. Peroni stays at first with an RBI single, and it's now 5-4 as the Barnstormers rally here in the top half of the 5th inning. Peroni stays hot at the plate, 19 out of his last 43, driving in his 27th run of the year. Here is Wally Backman. Brendan Feldman will not last the necessary 5 innings to pick up a victory here today. He's going to be lifted. The Barnstormers have picked up 3, and they have runners at the corners for Schumpert. Feldman will be lifted from the ball game. We'll identify the reliever in a moment here on Lancaster Barnstormers Baseball.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with Quick Cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at 150 grand. Plus Quick Cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
You know, for about 3 innings, the Barnstormers' offense was not productive. Nobody hit the ball well in innings 2 through 4. And the Barnstormers had fallen behind by 4 runs, and things were not looking exactly rosy here this afternoon for the visiting ball club. But this team can explode at any given time, and that it has. In the top half of the 5th, 3 runs are home with a 4th man waiting over at third base. Right-hander Brady Dragmeyer, who generally is the 8th inning setup man, or he has been quite a bit for this Long Island team, comes on in this tight spot here in the 5th. He'll be facing Nick Schumpert when play resumes. The Barnstormers on the verge of tying the score in this top half of the 5th inning. Robinson at third, Peroni at first with just 1 man out. And Dragmeyer taking over. He is 4-4 with a 3.92 ERA in 32 appearances, 39 hits in 39 innings, 17 earned runs. He's walked 11, struck out 21. Very solid, though not staggering numbers. Schumpert digs in with men at the corners. Peroni bouncing around off first, and Dragmeyer simply steps off. 5-4 Long Island. 1 out, men at first and third. Schumpert batting with Rondon on deck. The pitch to Nick is across for a strike. It is 0-1. Feldman petered out in the 5th inning, and the Barnstormers have been able to get to him. And now Schumpert in charge of getting Robinson home in some way, shape, or form. Nick had been 0 for 2 against Feldman. He has struck out and grounded out. No balls and a strike to the Barnstormers' third baseman. At this point, it's all about getting Robinson home to tie the score. Schumpert bats 0-1. Dragmeyer comes back, and he is low. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Clea Luis Rondon is the on-deck hitter for Lancaster. Barnstormers catchers have combined to drive in 70 runs this year, and that's exceptional. De La Rosa and Peroni have both hit pretty well in clutch situations. Schumpert in there at 1-1, and the pitch to Nick is grounded foul toward his own dugout. The second strike to the Barnstormer third baseman. It is 1-2. Schumpert has been pretty adept at getting the runners home from third base with fewer than 2 outs. He is 7 for 10 on the season. 1 ball, 2 strikes to him here from Dragmeyer. Right-hander to the belt. And a Schumpert hard hit ground ball to third. This could be 2. They'll get the out at second. The relay throw back to first is in time to double up Schumpert. A smash to Romero, and he was able to convert that into the double play. They got Schumpert by a step over at first base. Well, the Barnstormers are cut off at 3, but they're back in the game. 3 runs on 3 hits. No errors in the inning, and 1 man left on. Will go to the bottom of the 5th. It is Long Island 5 and Lancaster 4.
There's so much math in baseball. Everything from batting average to on-base and slugging percentage.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
This is the sound of the kind of thrill ride summer was made for. Here's the sound of another one. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of performance vehicles, including the RCF, LC, and IS. Strap in and then hold on tight. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Long Island 5, Lancaster 4 as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning and the top of the order to face Zach Smith, Frias, Lombardozzi, and Ford. Well, actually, Frias, Lombardozzi, and conceivably the pitcher spot to step in. Dragmeyer was inserted in that number 3 spot in the lineup, and we'll see if he does take his turn at the plate. Smith still out there for the Barnstormers. He's given up 4 hits and 2 walks in 4 innings, but 5 runs. The big blow, the home run by Daniel Fields, the 3-run shot in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers piecing together 3 hits, a couple of walks to score 3 in the top of this inning as a response, and we're back to a 1-run ball game. Smith will look to keep it there. Zach has thrown 68 pitches through his first 4 innings. Feldman ended with 106 in 4 1/3. He gave up 7 hits, 5 walks, and 4 runs. Smith to Frias. It is down for ball 1. Frias has flied to left and lined to center on a nice running catch by De Aza. Ball 2 is outside from Zach, and he fell off balance there. 2 balls and nothing. Our ball game through the first 4.5 innings, just shy of 2 hours old. Frias will back out, working ahead in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. 325 down the stripes and 400 to straightaway center here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark, the lone symmetric field in the league. 2-0 pitch is hammered deep down the right field line, hooking, and a foul ball. Silvio Martinez got in position to get a good look, and the first base umpire, Mike Williams, there as well, and they're both on the same side of the call. 2 balls and 1 strike. And now Joe Iglio comes over. I think Martinez became detached from the electronics. His earpiece may have stopped working. Frias at 2 balls and a strike. So Iglio gets him reattached, something you can't do yourself. Or at least most human beings can't. There are probably some contortionists who can get the job done. 2 balls and 1 strike to Vladimir Frias here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Leadoff batter for the Ducks. Smith trying to put a 0 up on the board. And a Frias, that's chipped foul, 2-2. Rendon, Gindel, and Alleman will bat once the Barnstormers step in the top of the 6th. Two balls and 2 strikes. Switch hitting Frias, awaiting the next offering from Smith, who's being very deliberate. And a 2-2. This is skied on the left side and in play. Robinson coming in. He will slide and not make the catch. He had to avoid a collision with Rendon. Trayvon does get the ball back to second base and keep Frias at a single. Blue pit out the left. Rendon was sprinting back and he slid. And Robinson also forced to slide at that point, and he couldn't hang on. Blue pit to start off the 5th inning. That is hit number 5 off Zach. Lombardozzi will come to the plate. He has singled and walked. A mishit ball by Vladimir Frias, but it's got the Ducks underway in the bottom of the 5th inning. Smith will look to cut this budding rally off, throw to first, and diving back is Frias, who's 11 for 13. He was caught in the 1st inning last night. Another throw, and Frias hits the deck. Barnstormers with 7 hits to 5 for Long Island. Long Island getting the big blow last inning. The Barnstormers have had to piece things together along the way. Here's the delivery, and it is low to Lombardozzi. Ball 1 and no strikes. Barnstormers are 3 for 7 with runners in scoring position. You can't argue with that. The double play hurt. Line now to left field by Lombardozzi. A clean base hit. Frias up the second. Lombardozzi is on. Long Island now with 6 hits. And it will be Jesse Berardi batting in the pitcher's spot. Now, the good news out of that is that Long Island no longer has the services of Brady Dragmeyer. Meanwhile, Jeff Bianchi is out for a mound visit to talk things over with Smith, who gives up a bloop hit and then a solid hit to left field. And the last 3 hits off of Smith, going back to the home run, have all 3 been by left-handed batters going the other way. So perhaps a change in approach is what is necessary here. Bianchi is not going to make the change. First and second with nobody out. Again, if you're just joining us, Ross Peoples is on what I like to euphemistically call a league-sponsored vacation for a few days here. Over a couple of different things that happened on Friday. Berardi pinch hitting with runners at first and second, nobody out. Schumpert plays up against the bunt. Berardi gets the bunt down. That will force Smith to field and throw. He gets the out at first. Sacrifice for Berardi with the out going 1-3. Frias to third, Lombardozzi to second. Some little ball played by Wally Backman. Now L.J. Mazzilli will step in. He's 0 for 2. Mazzilli is a pretty good hitter with runners in scoring position. Davidson Romero is on deck. He's grounded to short twice. The Barnstormers are going to bring the infield in here. You've got the option for the intentional walk, but after Romero, you've got a bunch of lefty bats. I don't know that it's worth it. Lancaster will pitch to Mazzilli with 2 in scoring position and 1 out. The offering, breaking ball cut on and missed. Smith gets ahead at 0-1. Lancaster just got back into the game with 3 runs in the top of the inning. Obviously, the club needing to do a little bit more. If Smith can get out of this jam, that little bit more will be just a little bit more. The 0-1, Mazzilli takes low. It is a ball and a strike. Mazzilli, against the Barnstormers this year, has knocked in 18 runs. He has 2 ribbies in the current series. 1-1 pitch. Smith twirls a breaking ball and misses with it. 2 balls and a strike. 5-4 Ducks. Bottom of the 5th inning with runners at second and third and only 1 out. Bloop single, line single, sacrifice bunt. And Long Island has set the stage to build upon its lead once again. Here's a 2-1 in the dirt, knocked down by Peroni. It is 3-1, and the Barnstormers might be pitching to some extent around Mazzilli, not walking him intentionally, but not giving him much to hit here either. 3 balls and a strike. Romero waits on deck. He has hit a couple of sharp ground balls right at Rondon. The second one actually was to Rondon's left. He made a really good play on it. 3-1 to Mazzilli. That spins low. He wasn't going to get anything to hit on that at bat. So they're loaded as Smith walks his third. Debinson Romero will come to the plate, and we talk about these tipping points in ball games. You have one right here. The Barnstormers just got back into it. Smith is in plenty of trouble in the bottom half of the 5th inning. He's now allowed 6 hits, and he has walked 3. Bases loaded, 1 out. If Zach can get Romero to ground into a double play here, or get the next 2 batters out without a run scoring, the momentum is still on Lancaster's side. 1 out, bases chucked, and to Romero, inside for a ball. It is 1-0. Zach Smith's time in this game may be growing short. A ball and nothing. At one stage, he had retired 10 out of 11. Romero fooled on a breaking pitch. He swings and he misses. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Frias at third, Lombardozzi at second, Mazzilli, the runner aboard at first base, just 1 out in the inning. Rondon playing closer to the hole this time around, and up the middle is Alleman. 1-1 pitch, and that is popped up on the right side. Dugan over toward the Long Island dugout. He makes the catch, a big second out. So it's not a double play, but it is an out that keeps Frias from charging home from third base, and now it's Smith against Shaw with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Davidson Romero is just 5 out of 37 against Lancaster here in 2021. Shaw 0 for 1 with a walk today and 4 for 12 in the season series. So now the battle takes place with 2 outs. If Smith wins, the momentum stays on the Barnstormers' side. Here's the pitch. Shaw pops it up foul. That'll get out of play. 0-1. Well, the Barnstormers missed out on a chance to tie the game in the top of the inning when Schumpert smashed into the double play. That ball a seed, one hop to Romero at third. And now it's Smith's turn to try and get out of a jam and keep this a one-run deficit. Here's the 0-1. Shaw takes outside. The count leveling at one apiece. Just the bottom half of the fifth inning here this afternoon in a ball game that started well over 2 hours ago. Zach Smith now at 86 pitches on the day. Working to Chris Shaw, 1 ball, 1 strike. Zach ready to go, and it is outside to Shaw for ball 2. Sanchez waits on deck. Feldman, the Long Island starter, did not get through the fifth inning. Smith trying to. This might be his last batter. 2-1 offering. That is line to right field. Coming on is Gindel. He's got to take it on a bounce, and this is going to score 2. Chris Shaw lines a base hit into right. Frias and Lombardozzi are across, and it's 7-4. Long Island gets the runs back. Smith close to getting out of the inning, but not quite. The ball simply died out in right field. It was hit hard, but with topspin. Gindel looked like he would get there initially, and then the ball tumbled in front of him, and he had to make sure it didn't get through. Bianchi back out. That will be all for Zach Smith here this afternoon. Long Island's lead is back to 3. Well, the Barnstormers will go to the bullpen here in the fifth inning, and it becomes a matchup of the relief corps at this point. Smith will depart, unable to get that last out in the fifth inning. He made a great pitch to Romero, got the foul pop-up. He could not get through Shaw. So Lancaster goes to the pen. It looks at first glance like Tyler Laporte with the shaggy hair coming in. It is 7-4 in favor of the Ducks. We'll be back in a moment.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Tyler Laporte takes over with runners at first and third and 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth. Long Island leading 7-4. The bulk of the runs having come home in the last inning and a half. Long Island with 3 in the fourth, 2 more here in the fifth. The Barnstormers 3 in the top of this fifth inning. Chris Shaw has just singled in 2, and it will be the switch hitting Sanchez facing Laporte. And the Barnstormers with the need to shut this inning down. Sanchez has hit the ball well both times. He's lined to second and singled into center. That got Fields up for the 3-run homer last inning. Tyler's in his 11th game. He's 0-1 with a 6.48 ERA. 10 hits, 6 earned runs in 8 1/3 innings, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts. And the pitch is a called strike to Sanchez on the inside corner. Sanchez was covering up for dear life. That was very similar to the third strike on Rondon back in the fourth inning, which had gotten away from Sanchez, who bolted back and still got the out on Clea Luis. 0-1, and that is thundered out the right field. He got under it. Back goes Gindel, and the walls will not contain it. Sanchez with a 3-run homer, and the Ducks now lead by a score of 10-4. The Barnstormers had just gotten back in the game, and catastrophe strikes in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Smith ends up allowing 9 runs on the day. Sanchez with his 9th home run. And Daniel Fields will bat with 2 outs and the bases empty here in the 5th inning. The second inning in a row with a 3-run homer for Long Island. And it's going to be awfully tough for the Barnstormers to make that up. 27th time this year now, the Barnstormers have given up 10 or more runs in a game. Fields comes to the plate. He went down swinging in the 2nd, and a 3-run homer for him to the opposite field in the 4th inning. Long Island 10, the Barnstormers 4. Laporte with the hesitation. His pitch is low to Fields. It is a ball and no strikes. Well, Lancaster still has 4 innings left, but they'll have to not have Galen in the lineup, trying to come back with pinch hitters. Ball 2 is inside. It is 2-0. This is the second appearance for Laporte this weekend. He got the final out in the 8th inning here on Friday night as Frias grounded out. 2-0 pitch, and that is rocked to center. Back on this goes De Aza. He will reach up and make the catch. Alejandro putting on a show offensively and defensively here this afternoon. But the Ducks with a big inning. They score 5 on 4 hits with no errors and nobody left on base. We'll go to the 6th. It is Long Island 10 and Lancaster 4.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone getting the most out of a summer day. So is this. Because for some, summer days were made for adventure. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of leading-edge hybrids, each with the power and range to help you get the most out of your summer. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Pitching, pitching, pitching. It's all about pitching in the sport of baseball, and we have seen that when the Barnstormers get their reasonable pitching. This club does incredibly well, but Lancaster with a team earned run average to start the day at 7.08. They've given up 10 earned runs in 5 innings this afternoon. The Barnstormers, by the way, no longer last in the league in team pitching. Gastonia, with all those ridiculously high-scoring games against Lexington, has actually slipped behind the Barnstormers in the pitching ranks. The Ducks are first. And again, there is a 1.5-run difference for the Ducks at home as opposed to being on the road. A 7.08 team ERA for the Barnstormers, and that doesn't help the cause. Lancaster is second in the league now in scoring runs, having fallen behind Lexington. Again, it's been just those insane games between Lexington and Gastonia lately. So Dylan Pfeiffer has come on for Long Island in the 6th inning. Dragmeyer faced one batter, got 2 outs, and little did we realize when Brady Dragmeyer was coming into the game how much of a dramatic swing was about to take place. The Barnstormers were on the verge of tying things up. They had Robinson at third and Peroni at first. With 1 out in the top of the 5th, it was 5-4. Schumpert blistered the ground ball into the double play, and the Ducks come out and put 5 on the board. Pfeiffer's first pitch to Rendon is across for a strike, and it's 0-1. Gindel on deck, and then Allemond. 2-run single for Shaw, 3-run homer for Sanchez. Just like that, the 5 are on the board. Rendon looks at a pitch up and away. It is a ball and a strike here. So the Barnstormers look to narrow the gap and not let this become the 3rd consecutive lopsided game in this series. Rendon bats 1-1, drives a foul to the left and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Zach Smith allowed 10 base runners in 4 2/3 innings. Now that's not good, okay? But for 9 of them to score, that is unbelievable. The Ducks have 10 runs on the board, only 1 left on base in this game. 1-2, Rendon looks at ball 2 inside, and the count is level. Clay Luis has a single, and he is struck out looking on a crazy play here in the 4th inning this afternoon. A lot happened there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, breaking ball. That's strike 3 called on the outside corner, and we'll give them that one. 5th strikeout for Long Island pitching. 1 down. Here is Gindel. Caleb is 0 for 3 on the day. Allemond is on deck, and then you have De Aza, who has just been, he's been so good for the 3 games in this series, it's tough to describe. And that's my job. Line drive, and that will drop into left center field. A base hit for Gindel. The Barnstormers pick up their 8th hit of the day. They're still swinging the bats well. Allemond steps in. Blake's in a bit of a slump. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored today. It's not drastic, but he is just 5 out of his last 32. 1 home run in that stretch. Gindel leads off first with 1 out. Pfeiffer to Allemond, and the right-hander is high. Ball 1-0. Dylan Pfeiffer has been a very good pickup for the Ducks. 0-1, but his ERA is 0.84. He's given up 5 hits and an earned run coming into today in just 10 2/3 innings. The Barnstormers, I know, have had a hard time with him. 1-0. Ball 2 is outside to Allemond, and an inning begins to build for the Barnstormers in the top of the 6th. Pfeiffer is from Allentown. He is just out of the draft league. He played for Williamsport. 23-year-old right-hander. 6'4", and listed at 190. Gindel leads off first to Allemond. It is ball 3 now outside with De Aza looming on deck as the Barnstormers have designs on getting closer in this game once again. They matched the 3-run bottom of the 4th. Can they match the 5-run 5th inning? Still a ways to go to do that. 3 balls and nothing to Blake Allemond. Gindel a very short lead off first. The set, the pitch. Allemond will get the walk, the 2nd in a row picked up by Blake. And here is De Aza, who has singled, doubled, and walked today. Sanchez goes out to the mound to discuss matters with Pfeiffer. We're not getting this game in under 3 hours. That is almost a certainty. Long Island 10, Lancaster 4. The Barnstormers have drawn 6 walks. They have 8 hits in the game. That's actually better than Long Island has done. But Long Island has the home runs, and both of those have come with 2 men on ahead. De Aza stands in. On deck is Torrance to bat in the pitcher spot. Gindel off second, Allemond off first. Pfeiffer goes to work on Alejandro, and that is off speed and away for ball 1. De Aza having an unbelievable series. He is 9 for 11 with 2 walks, 4 doubles. Some great play in the outfield. Gindel and Alleman take their leads. 1 ball, no strikes. Torrance waiting on deck. Here's the pitch to De Aza, and he'll look at a strike. The count is level at 1 each. Lancaster has left 7 runners on base. And, of course, grounded into the double play back in the 5th inning. 2 men aboard here. De Aza stands in at 1 ball and 1 strike. As hot as he is, he knows not to be terribly jumpy and just swing at anything. Pfeiffer hunched over into his stretch position. Breaking ball, and that is skied to shallow center. De Aza will be retired this time as Kelly makes the catch. It is out number 2, and this inning is up to Torrance. Dugan is on deck. Torrance just would like to get on base here any way he can and get Kelly up there in another RBI situation. Devon hitting .241 with 15 runs batted in. It started to catch fire again when we were at West Virginia. And Torrance is now just 1 out of his last 19. They had a single against West Virginia at home last Friday night. First and second with 2 outs. Pfeiffer to the plate. The breaking ball spins inside. It is 1-0. All the Barnstormers really want right now is for Dugan to get another chance. 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in today. He knocked in 5 last night. 1 ball and nothing to Torrance. 2 runners on ahead of him. Pfeiffer is ready to go. Torrance fouls it back. He got jammed inside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Gindel is single this inning. Alleman to walk. But they got De Aza to fly out. Torrance batting at 1 ball and 1 strike. Long Island leads it by 6 here. To Torrance, 1-1. Fouled the other way, slicing out of play. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. With 2 outs and 2 on. The umbrellas have stayed packed away this afternoon. There was a chance for some rain. And when I first looked, it was supposed to hit right around 4 o'clock. And then they thought it was going to hit around 12:30. And then it looked certainly like it was going to rain back around the 2nd or 3rd inning of this game. And we still haven't seen any, despite the pretty leaden skies here. Torrance bats at 1-2. Runners take their leads for the Barnstormers. Dugan waiting on deck. Pfeiffer to the set. Here is the pitch. Ball 2, up and away to Torrance. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The last RBI for Devon, July the 31st. He singled in a run against Southern Maryland. 2-2. And the offering breaking ball, swinging a foul tip. It's held by Sanchez. Pfeiffer is able to work his way out of the inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, and the Barnstormers leave 2 more. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th with Long Island leading 10-4.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Stocky right-hander Alexis Rivero comes on for the bottom of the 6th inning. The Ducks up by the score of 10-4. Tyler Laporte faced 2 batters. He gave up the home run to Sanchez, and Fields then flied out to deep center, closing out the 5th inning. Rivero out there for the 2nd time representing the Barnstormers. He threw an inning here on Friday night. It was a hit-and-run ground ball, and specifically a hit-and-run ground out that caused Rivera to give up the run. As the Ducks, on a ground ball, slowly hit ground ball to the left side by Ty Kelly, got Daniel Fields all the way from 1st to 3rd on the play. Ty Kelly, Vladimir Frias, and Steve Lombardozzi to step in against Rivero. A 6-footer from Maracay, Venezuela, and a longtime Philadelphia Phillies farmhand. And I talked about Alexis on Friday night. If you've seen any games at Reading or Lehigh Valley over the past few years, you may very well have watched Alexis Rivero pitch. Kelly leads off. He struck out twice against Smith. Rivero's first pitch gets the inside corner, and a strike is taken. It is 0-1. Dugan, Robinson, and Peroni will bat for the Barnstormers in the 7th. Peroni giving the target. The 0-1 pitch is in the air, center field again. Deaza is forced to retreat, but he had it under control the entire way. Kelly is gone, 1 out. Frias will step in. That 5-run 5th inning started on a bloop single to left by Frias as Robinson charged in, slid, and couldn't quite fish it out. Frias again is on somewhat of a hot streak. He has hits or reached base safely in 8 consecutive games. During that time, he has now scored 8 runs. 1 out, nobody on. Rivero facing Frias here in the 6th inning. And Alexis delivers to the inside corner. A strike is taken. It's 0-1. 8 hits apiece, but it doesn't necessarily feel that way. Here's the 0-1. Frias skies this to shallow right. Allemand retreats. Gindel comes on, and that's going to fall behind Allemand, and Frias is going to take advantage and get all the way to second. His 2nd consecutive bloop hit. This one a double to right center. A runner in scoring position with 1 out. Lombardozzi will come to the plate. He is 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. I don't think there was any miscommunication out there. Allemand just couldn't get back there fast enough, and Gindel, playing Frias to pull and playing him deep, couldn't get in. And it's a double for Vladimir Frias. Lombardozzi has a single to right, a single to left, and a walk. 2 hits, 2 runs scored. Runner at second base here with 1 out. Rivero working out of the stretch, and he'll fire high to Lombardozzi. It is ball one and no strikes. Rivero trying to put a scoreless inning on the board. He got the second straight fly ball. Alleman just kept going back, and it got past him. He was probably only within 5 to 10 feet of it when it came down. It is low, and a 2-0 count on Lombardozzi. The pitcher spot is due next, and we see Johnny Turbo out there with a bat in hand. 2 balls and nothing. Rivero comes set and misses a little bit inside there for a 3-0 count. Long Island leading 10-4, blowing it open with 5 runs in the bottom of the 5th. It was a ball game up until then. Three balls, no strikes, and it is down and in for ball 4 on Lombardozzi. He reaches for the 4th time in the game. Turbo will step in and may very well take over in the outfield somewhere, depending on how the inning develops. 286 hitter with 3 homers and 16 runs batted in is Turbo. Frias at second, Lombardozzi at first. We've got 1 out in the inning. Long Island just has not let up offensively here the last 3 frames. The Barnstormers kept them incredibly quiet last night. Gann and 3 relievers. Nice stop by Peroni to keep the runners from moving ahead. It is ball 1 and nothing on the right-handed batting Turbo. L.J. Mazzilli, the on-deck hitter. Bottom half of the 6th inning here in Central Islip. And this game has taken a while. We've had some bizarre delays for a minute here, a minute there. An injury to the umpires, a conference with the umpires. The ball strike signaler having to be reattached. Ground ball, that's a base hit into left. Here is Frias coming around. Robinson will throw toward the plate, but it's not in time. Johnny Turbo with an RBI single, and it is now 11-4. Lombardozzi at second, and the runner at first base is Turbo. Mazzilli to the plate. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. Another lopsided ball game this weekend. And here comes Jeff Bianchi out to have a word with Rivero. He's given up 3 consecutive base runners. The double, kind of excuse me. Then he walked 4 pitches. Lombardozzi and then Turbo with the single into left. They even play the keyboard cat for the interim manager, if that's what you want to call Jeff in this series. No, he turns and heads back. That is the final timeout that Jeff has here today. 11-4, Ducks leading in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Mazzilli steps in. He has grounded out on a splendid play by Schumpert back in the 1st inning. He flied out to left in the 4th and then walked to load the bases back in the 5th inning. 11-4, bottom 6. Rivero will bring it home, and that is a strike to the outside corner. It is 0-1. Davidson Romero is on deck. He has not contributed offensively for Long Island in this ballgame. 0-1 off the outside corner. Mazzilli at a ball and a strike against Rivero. Alexis had not pitched this entire season prior to joining the Barnstormers. There may still be a little rust in the hinges. His career numbers are very good. 1-1, missing the outside corner. Mazzilli gains an advantage at 2 balls and a strike. Lombardozzi leads off second. Turbo is off first. The set and the 2-1. That bounces past Peroni and moves the runners to second and third. Well, this time one does get away. I believe that will be a wild pitch. We'll double check to be certain. I'm wrong a good portion of the time on those. Three and one, the count on Mazzilli, with the runners now at second and third and one out. The decision on that last pitch has not been posted. Infield plays in, and Mazzilli now fly ball center field again, hit well again. Diaz is back. Now he'll come in to get behind it. Both runners tag. The throw will go to third, and that will be late. Mazzilli makes it 12-4 as his sacrifice fly drives in Lombardozzi. Diaz has had a very busy afternoon out in center field. So it was a wild pitch, as I had anticipated, so both runs here are earned. Davidson Romero will bat with Turbo over at third base and 2 outs. Romero has grounded out twice and fouled out. That was with the bases loaded in the 5th inning. Smith needed to get one more batter. He loaded the bases with 1 out, got that foul pop-up out of Romero. The tipping point of a ball game. And now Romero with a wicked line drive into the left field corner. That will rattle up against the boards. Turbo is home, and cruising into second is Romero. He has an RBI double, 13-4 now here in the 6th inning. And Chris Shaw will be the batter. Back and forth these games go. And it's not entertaining. I don't think those games between Gastonia and Lexington, they may be comical once in a while, but 26-12 last week. This weekend's games 17-6 and 17-11. And these games have all been one-sided. It is up to Shaw for a ball, 1-0. Everybody likes a good slugfest now and then. You like the mix. We haven't seen too many pitcher stools. We got one in the second game of the doubleheader on Thursday. Here's the ball 1 pitch, and Shaw, off a broken bat, yanks that around to right field. They will hold Romero at third. Chris Shaw with a base hit into right. Romero stopping at third base. It is the 4th hit of the inning off of Alexis Rivero. Here is Sanchez, who has singled and slugged a 3-run homer. The Ducks have scored 11 runs over the last 3 innings. They have 10 hits in that same stretch, and it all started with 2 outs in the 4th. So realistically, it's been in 2 full innings, 6 outs worth, that the Ducks have piled 11 runs on the board. They've got men at first and third here. Sanchez against Rivero. It's way outside. Peroni tried to decoy Romero off third. It didn't work. Ball 1-0. The Barnstormers are down by 9. They won by 11 last night. They lost by 8 on Friday. Rivero will miss high and outside. Ball 2. It is 2-0. It's a tough outing for Alexis here in the bottom of the 6th. This ball game is beginning to close in on 3 hours in length. The 2-0 is taken for a strike. Sanchez looking at it on the inside corner. His 3-run homer was the backbreaker in this game. Greeting Laporte last inning. 2-1. First and third with 2 outs. The pitch, and Sanchez gives another one a ride. Gindel looking up, and the walls will not contain it. Sanchez with a 3-run homer in back-to-back innings, and it's now 16-4. Unbelievable. The Barnstormers have given up a season-high 19, and that has been to the Ducks. Sanchez with a 6 RBI game here this afternoon. A multi-homer game. I believe it is the 15th multi-home run game allowed by the Barnstormers over the course of this season. Other 6 RBI games, Roberto Baldequin, LJ Mazzilli, DJ Peterson, Ruby Silva with 7, Connor Kopak with 6. And Rivero will pitch, and this is actually Pfeiffer standing in, so Turbo had been in the outfield. Two outs with the bases empty, and Pfeiffer swings away, fouling it back. 1 ball and 1 strike to the reliever. 14 runs for the Ducks over the last 3 innings. Huge day for Sanchez, huge day for the Ducks overall. And to think this just a little over an inning ago was a ball game at 5-4. Pfeiffer takes a second strike. It is 1-2. Here's the wind and the pitch. Rivero gets the strike out of Pfeiffer to end the inning, but it's 6 more runs for Long Island. They've hit 3 3-run homers in the game, 5 hits, no errors, 16 runs. They've left 1 man on base. We'll go to the 7th inning. Long Island 16 and Lancaster 4.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone looking out for the safety of a loved one.
Come here, honey. Let's get you buckled up.
And this is the sound of a Lexus looking out for someone else on the road. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our full line of vehicles, each with our advanced standard safety technology. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Pre-collision system with pedestrian detection is not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Dylan Pfeiffer will face Kelly Dugan, Trayvon Robinson, and Anthony Peroni as we swing into the 7th inning. 16 runs, 13 hits, no errors, and just 1 man left on base for Long Island. The Barnstormers 4 runs and 8 hits with an error, and Lancaster has stranded 9. Pfeiffer got out of a jam last inning. The big thing he did was retire Alejandro De Aza, which simply has not happened very much the entire weekend. So again, we'll be back tomorrow at 1:35. The weather is supposed to be spectacular here on Labor Day. And then home for 6. So come on out this week. Your opportunities to catch Barnstormers baseball growing thin in 2021. We've got this 6-game homestand coming up, and then the Barnstormers will go on the road for 9 straight, heading to York, Southern Maryland, and High Point as we work our way gradually southward. Dugan to lead off. Kelly's had another good day at the plate, 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. He has driven in 22 runs in the season series. He leads both ball clubs. Pfeiffer will go to work. Dugan taking a strike to the outside corner. It's 0-1. The Barnstormers were so close to tying this game just an inning and a half ago. It's unbelievable how drastically it has turned around. The Barnstormers had up the head of steam. Dragmeyer came in and got the double play, and Long Island has just gone to town at the plate ever since. Here's the 1-1. Dugan gets tied up inside. He swings and misses. If he's retired here, well, it's because there isn't a runner in scoring position. The 1-2, breaking ball, hits sharply foul on the ground. Melvin Mercedes was the closest to it. Over in the first base coach's box, 1 ball and 2 strikes. That is fouled and just not held. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. The great series that the Barnstormers have played recently, and this is really what you would like to see, was that series against Southern Maryland. The 3 games decided by a total of 8 runs. Dugan checks, and Long Island checks, and Long Island is turned down. 2-2. Leadoff batter here in the 7th inning. Kelly Dugan tops on the ball club, 3rd in the league with 72 runs batted in. He holds again, and ball 3 is up. Long at bat for Dugan, starting off the 7th inning. Robinson is on deck, and then Peroni. Trayvon's done nothing but walk in this game. Here's a 3-2. Dugan will take a base on balls to get the 7th inning started. The Barnstormers have drawn their 7th walk. Lancaster has had a successful offensive afternoon to a certain extent. Wally Backman is coming out to the mound as Pfeiffer has walked his 2nd, putting Dugan on to start this 7th inning. So Long Island will go to the bullpen. It is 16-4 with a runner on, nobody out, top half of the 7th. We will go back to our mythical studios and identify the new pitcher in a moment.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new cash vibe with quick cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at 150 grand. Plus quick cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Clint Freeman now on for the Ducks, their left-handed two-way player. He entered action on Friday night, gave up a home run to Gindel, which spoiled the combined shutout effort. 16-4 in favor of Long Island here. We've had 3 utter blowouts here this weekend. Maybe the Barnstormers can turn it around and win the 4th game tomorrow. Maybe it won't be so lopsided. And this game actually has a shot at lasting 4 hours. Ducks 16, Barnstormers 4. Kelly Dugan aboard with the leadoff walk. Pfeiffer worked an inning. He gave up 1 hit and the 2 walks, struck out 2. Freeman to face Robinson. Trayvon in from the right side. 3 walks in a row for Robinson. He has neither scored nor driven in a run. Peroni and Schumpert after Robinson. Dugan leads off first. To Trayvon, fouled off, and strike one. Top half of inning number 7. We'll take a peek once again at the game between Southern Maryland and York. And York has gone ahead. It's 8-7, bottom of the 5th inning. So while a York win today would keep the Barnstormers in first place at the moment, there would be 2 teams right on Lancaster Seals, just a game back. York's gotten hot. There's always a second half team. The pitch is up to Robinson. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner on with nobody out here in the 7th inning of a game that has a 12-run gap. The Barnstormers have lost by 16 3 different times this year. I hope this game doesn't go to that extreme. Robinson fouls another back, and it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lexington and Gastonia, a game that absolutely should not overlap with this one, is not far from getting started. We are 2 hours, 55 minutes old with nobody out in the 7th inning. Robinson bats against Freeman. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The lefty will bring it home. It is high, and 2-2. Two and two. Freeman will serve it up, and Robinson fouls another to the backstop, and we will continue with a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dugan, the runner at first base. There's little interest in him at the moment. Chris Shaw does still hold him on, and Mercedes over there to guide the runner. Shouldn't be long before Melvin is reactivated, I wouldn't think. 2-2. Dugan takes off. Robinson fouls another into the screen. Well, they were pretty much ignoring Kelly. Defensive indifference would likely have been ruled there. But Robinson made contact with the ball. Dugan heads back to first. Long at bat developing here in the 7th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. Peroni being very patient in the on-deck circle. He's had to wait quite a while. This 7th inning is just on its 2nd batter, but it's taken quite a bit to get here. Robinson looks at strike 3 call. Freeman gets the punch out. Robinson down looking. Peroni will step in. Anthony single to left center back in the 5th inning. Made it 5-4. The Barnstormers appear to be in great shape at that moment. Tying run went to 3rd. Peroni was the lead run at first, only 1 out. Dragmeyer came in, and Nick Schumpert sizzled a ground ball right to Romero at 3rd for the rally-killing double play. It's been all Long Island ever since. Freeman to Peroni, and Anthony will look at a ball. It is 1-0. 13 hits for the Long Island Ducks, the Barnstormers with 8 on the afternoon. And Lancaster through the middle innings of this game, swinging the bat pretty well. 1 out, 1 on. Freeman will go to work, and it is outside, ball 2 on Anthony Peroni. 2 balls and no strikes. A leadoff walk to Dugan, a long strikeout to Robinson. Peroni with the advantage in the count. Freeman will bring in the 2-0. That is outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Nick Schumpert waits on deck. Barnstormers still have Clark and De La Rosa available to be used off the bench, and Jake Hoover as well. 3-0, Peroni likely to be taking here. Freeman fires and gets it there. We go to 3-1. He's thrown 11 pitches. He's just to his second batter. And the walk on 5 pitches to start this half an inning. 3 balls, 1 strike with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Dugan out to the lead to Peroni. Ball 4 is outside. That adds a second base runner. The 8th walk drawn by the Barnstormers in this game. Schumpert comes to the plate with runners at first and second and 1 out. Again, High Point and West Virginia called off due to weather. Two men on for Schumpert, who's 0 for 3 in the ball game. And we just reached the 3-hour mark, playing the top of the 7th. Schumpert gets a fastball outside. It is ball 1. Rendon is on deck. The Barnstormers are finishing up their 4th time through the batting order, and that's about where Long Island is. One of the gaps in this game is dealing with runners on base. Lancaster stranded 9. The Ducks only 1. Here's the 1-0. Schumpert will go after that and foul it away. 1 ball and 1 strike here. They're now in the top of the 6th at York with the Revs leading Southern Maryland 8-7. Barnstormers at the end of the day might be the only team in the North left over 500 for the second half, and that is barely. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the delivery to Schumpert is that high fastball. He swings and misses. It's 1-2. If he could discipline himself to lay off that, I think he would certainly escalate his game. Well, they may be in the zone, but they look up and on the inner half of the plate. Freeman working to Schumpert, a ball and 2 strikes. The left-hander into the motion, his pitch, and Schumpert will knock that out of play. 16 pitches to just 3 batters for Freeman here in the 7th inning. We did play in under 3 hours here Friday night, 2:56. Last night, 3:33. And we've already cleared 3 hours today. To Schumpert, here's the 1-2, breaking ball, it's low. And Schump works it to 2-2. With Dugan at second and Peroni at first base. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Let's see if the Barnstormers can pick up some markers in this 7th inning. Draw a little bit closer. You never want to lose by more than 10 runs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Freeman to Schumpert. That is fouled back, and we keep it going. We remain at 2-2. 2 walks, a called 3rd strike in the inning. It's 23 or 24 pitches here in the 7th without a ball put in play, which is the antithesis of where this game needs to go, or is trying to go. Here's the 2-2. Schumpert will pop this up to shallow center field. Ty Kelly comes on for the catch. That is the 2nd out. We finally have a ball in play. Rendon will come in. He has singled once and been caught looking at strike 3. The other 2 trips in. 1 out of 3 on his afternoon. So after this, we'll have 4 more half innings. And even if they race by, we're looking at another 3.5-hour long game here today. The Barnstormers have played the equivalent, and I have the work I did back at home, but they played the equivalent of about 104 9-inning games, 2-hour, 45-minute long games specifically for the year. Foul back, 0-1. This technically is the 87th game of this season. But time-wise, it has been realistically now about 105. One strike to Rendon. He's got two men on ahead of him. Freeman goes back to work. Rendon lets it go. A ball is high. It is 1-1. Strikeout of Robinson and the fly ball by Shumpert here in this seventh inning. The sky's starting to look waterlogged again. One and one. Rendon will elevate this to shallow right. Lombardozzi drifting back for the catch. And that does it for the Barnstormers here in the seventh. No runs, no hits, no errors. They strand two more. It is time for the seventh inning stretch here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. 16-4 in favor of Long Island.
Bummer. The Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gochenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gochenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gochenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
Now the Barnstormers have gone to Ben Wanger. He will pitch the bottom of the seventh inning with Long Island ahead by the score of 16-4. Hopefully the upcoming homestand with York and Long Island coming into Clipper Magazine Stadium will bring us some exciting and very competitive games. We had them at Southern Maryland. The Tuesday night game was not necessarily well played, but it was entertaining and competitive. The Barnstormers winning 8-5. The first game of the doubleheader on Thursday was extremely exciting. 8-6 in favor of the Barnstormers. The second game of that doubleheader was maybe a throwback. It was baseball my wife would have enjoyed, not necessarily the result, but it was a very well-pitched game between DeSabatino and Thompson, with Southern Maryland coming out ahead 3-0 on the complete game shutout for Darrell. And Wanger continues to get loosened up for the bottom half of the seventh inning. And finally, Silvio Martinez signals for Ty Kelly to step into the batter's box. We've had all kinds of weird delays today without anything being a long delay, but we've had problems with the dirt around home plate. They finally seem to straighten that out. We've had umpires get hurt. We've had a discussion with the umpires. I don't know what that was about. 2 outs and a runner at third base at the time when it occurred. We have had the communications equipment for plate umpire Silvio Martinez come apart, and it had to be reattached. Ball one is low on Kelly. It is 1-0. Wanger kicks, brings another one home. Ball two is inside for a 2-0 count. Wanger gave up 2 hits and 3 runs, just 1 earned in the ball game here on Friday night. Right-hander from Massachusetts. He lives in New York City now. He stayed at home for night on the way up here. Ball 3 is inside. Kelly bats 3-0. Rivero gave up 5 hits and a walk, 6 runs. Stuck on his record back in the 6th inning. The 3-0 is on the way. It is ball 4. Kelly will take the stroll down the first. It's the first time he's reached base in this game. 5 walks given up by Lancaster pitching. Vladimir Frias will come in. The Barnstormers can only hope that Frias hits the ball hard this time up. He lined to center field on a great running catch by Diaz in the third. And since then, Frias has made up for it by 2 little dunkers that have dropped between the lines of defense. One just over the head of Alleman for a double in the 6th. Before that, a bloop single that Robinson got a glove on with a diving try. Swung on and missed by Frias. No balls and 1 strike. Lombardozzi's on deck. He's been aboard 4 times in this game. Runner at first base is Kelly, not being held by the other Kelly. Swing and a miss. Frias will bat at 0-2 against Wanger. Ben has had appearances where he has been sensational and other appearances where he's been off. Again, he's pretty young, well-seasoned, 6 years of college baseball with a redshirt year and the extra year of COVID eligibility. No balls, 2 strikes to Vladimir Frias, and that is cut on and foul tipped. Peroni will hold it. Frias is gone. And Lombardozzi, who has 2 walks, 2 singles, and 3 runs scored, steps into the batter's box. Johnny Turbo is on deck. 16-4. Lancaster has left 11 runners on base now through the first 7 innings of this game. To Lombardozzi, that is spanked into center field. He is on for the 5th straight time. The Ducks pick up their 14th hit. Runners at first and second with 1 out for Turbo, who singled in a run back in the 6th inning with a ground ball into left. Long Island beat the Barnstormers 19-18 in a ball game back on the 29th of June at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Lancaster won the following night 16-8. These same 2 ball clubs have played a couple 3-1 games. Breaking ball to the outside corner. It is 0-1 to Turbo. And all things considered, I'd rather see 1 or 2 of those. 14 hits for the Ducks. They are on their 5th time through the batting order. They shouldn't bat in the 9th inning the way things look right now, so they may not get to their 6th time through the order. Ball is outside, 1-1, the count on Turbo. Long Island sent 6 men to the plate in the 4th, 8 in the 5th, and 9 in the 6th. Now, you would think that a team would send more than 23 runners to the plate in a span of 3 innings with 14 runs on the board, but every one of those innings was capped by a 3-run homer. Hence the wide gap in this ball game. Turbo with a fly ball right center field shallow, and that will fall in front of Diaza, who juggles it for a moment. The runners will not move ahead, and they are loaded for Mazzilli. Pop fly into right center, and Turbo is on again. Bases loaded. L.J. Mazzilli will come to the plate. He is 0 for 2 with a run scored and a run batted in. 15 hits now for Long Island. Kelly at third with Lombardozzi at second, and Turbo, the runner at first base, infield sets, double play depth here in the 7th inning. Wanger deals, and that ball is hit to left center field, hit well. Sprinting back is De Aza. He'll reach out and can't get that. It bounces over the wall for a ground rule double, making it 18-4. Mazzilli drives in 2 more, and Long Island not far away from scoring 20 here this afternoon. Ugh. Kelly and Lombardozzi score on the Mazzilli double. He has knocked in 3 in the game. 2 runs home in the bottom of the 7th. 18-4 on the scoreboard. Davidson Romero will come to the plate. Romero is 1 for 4. He doubled a drive in a run back in the 6th inning. At third is Turbo. At second is Mazzilli. First base is open. Here is the pitch. Fouled off the end of Romero's bat. It is no balls and a strike. The 1 out in this inning coming on the swinging third strike for Vladimir Frias. 18-4, Long Island in control here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. And at this point, you just want to get out of this game. You wish the skies would open up and begin to pour. We'd wait a half an hour and be done with it. A ball is low, and it is 1-1 here in the 7th inning to Davidson Romero. Skies do look very swollen at this point in time. We're expecting rain showers overnight. That angles back to the inside corner, and Romero bats at 1-2. It's just a couple of small showers in the area. If we were over in Bridgeport, we'd be in a little bit more of a bad situation. A couple of thunderstorm cells in Fairfield County, though not at Bridgeport just yet. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Romero will take ball 2. 2-2. Long Island has just poured it on here this afternoon. And the Barnstormers, I think part of it, they played with such emotion last night. And they played ticked off, but it's very difficult to carry that over for a second day. Romero with a high fly ball down the right field line. Long run, Gindel. Gindel will not get there, and the ball lands just foul, or that would have been runs 19 and 20. And I mean just foul by probably 6 inches. Romero at 2 balls and 2 strikes with runners at second and third, 1 out in the bottom half of the 7th inning. This is painful. It's painful to the utmost for the guys wearing the red jerseys out on the field. They can't do anything right now to keep Long Island from piling runs on. The Ducks keep hitting balls where the defense is not. Now to Romero. Ball 3 is high and inside. That will escape Peroni and bring home Turbo with the 19th run. That matches the season high. I think that one will be a pass ball. 1 out with Mazzilli at third. And it's now 19-4 here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. 1 out of 4 for Romero. In a ball game that has now lasted 3 hours, 17 minutes. Good start for the Barnstormers today with a run in the first, and they put together a great rally in the top of the 5th that came up 90 feet short of tying the game. Ball 4 is low to Romero. So it hasn't happened in a while, but do we see Gindel pitch before this one is over? Chris Shaw comes in. He's reached base 3 times in a row, 2 singles and a walk. He's scored 3 runs. And on deck is Sanchez, who has hit a 3-run homer in back-to-back innings. We've got runners at the corners here with just 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Ducks now have scored 17 runs in 4 innings. To Shaw, a swing and a miss. It is 0-1. This must be, to some extent, how Gastonia felt last weekend, losing 26-12 to the Lexington Legends in the Sunday ball game. 0-1 with runners at the corners. Shaw looks at a ball low, and it levels at 1 ball, 1 strike. Mazzilli over at third, Romero at first. We'll double check the wild pitch pass ball ruling as Shaw hits a pop fly foul carrying out a play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That was, in fact, the pass ball. Charge to Peroni. The 20th run, which would be a season high against the Barnstormers, was perched at third base with 1 out here in the 7th inning. Romero is the runner at first. Here's the delivery, and it is outside to Shaw, running the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's getting to the point you almost wish that one of the experimental rules would be a mercy rule. This league has needed it this season, and now Wanger was looking to throw to first. Dugan wasn't at the bag, and that will be a balk as the 20th run scores. It's just one thing after another this afternoon. Dugan wanted to deliver a pickoff throw on Romero, and Wanger did. Dugan was nowhere near the bag. That is a balk. Easy to see, easy to call. 20-4. And to Shaw, a high pop-up in the infield. Calling for it is Rendon, approaching the mound. He makes the catch for the 2nd out. It'll bring on Sanchez. And because he doesn't have 2 men on ahead of him, he's not allowed to homer again. He is lined to second, singled up the middle, homered and homered, driving in 6. He has scored 3. Batting with Romero at second and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 9 runs off Zach Smith, 1 off Tyler Laporte, 6 off Alexis Rivero, and 4 off Ben Wanger. Here is the offering to Sanchez. A ball is low, 1-0. On deck is the pitcher Freeman, and it's been a while since he's been on the rubber, as we are now over 3 hours and 20 minutes today and playing the bottom of the 7th inning under the swollen skies that refuse to drop any rain. Breaking ball, good for a strike on Sanchez, so it is 1-1. Lancaster top of the order up in the 8th inning. Gindel, Alleman, and De Aza. That the Barnstormers might be swinging at almost anything. And the pain of the afternoon. Ball 2 is in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike from Wanger to Sanchez, the 8th man to bat this inning. Mazzilli scored on the balk. Romero, the runner at second. 2 are gone. It is 2 balls and 1 strike. Sanchez pops it up. Over goes Schumpert, but it's going to be out of his reach. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. "16 hits for the Ducks. They've drawn 6 walks. The Barnstormers have been guilty of 1 error. That was on a steal attempt. Here's a 2-2. Sanchez beats it on the right side. Alleman with the play, and Blake gets the Barnstormers out of this 7th inning, but 4 more runs are home on 3 hits. No errors, and a runner is left at second base. We'll go to the 8th. It is 20-4 in favor of Long Island.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
We go to the 8th inning. Gendel Alaman Deaza scheduled against Clint Freeman. Freeman gave up a walk but got all 3 outs in the 7th inning, replacing Dylan Pfeiffer. The lefty out there for his second frame. Gendel homered off of him here on Friday night. Caleb has 4 homers in the last 7 games. Not today, though. He is 1 for 4 on the afternoon. Well, the Barnstormers have had a halfway decent day at the plate, but this is really going to hurt the pitching stats, which had gotten back under control as of late. There was hope that the team ERA could drop below 7 in the reasonably near future, but this sending it in the wrong direction, and it will take days to recover from this one. Every run, except for possibly the last one, has been earned. So Juan De La Cruz now in to catch. He came on last night after the game got out of control and does here again. Well, they charged all 4 runs as earned as well to Wanger. Here is Caleb Gendel. He singled to left center field, leading off the 6th inning. At the time, it was 10-4. That came with 1 out. The Barnstormers weren't able to get anybody home. Freeman will go to work on Gendel here. The pitch. Caleb with a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. And the Barnstormers, I think, just want to get off the field. Nothing in 1 to Caleb. De La Cruz setting the target. And a breaking ball to Gendel is high for a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Well, as long as we've come this far, let's say the Barnstormers get some runs on the board, we might as well play 4 hours just to say that we've done it. 5 hours, 4 minutes, the longest 9-inning game of the year, of course. To Gendel, 1-1. Freeman misses outside, and Gendel has the edge, 2-1. So a couple of good takes for Caleb here. Two balls and a strike. Alaman waits on deck. He'll bat from the right side. To Gendel, it is fouled to the sweet level here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Barnstormers' right fielder. Defense sets straight away. Freeman brings it home. Ball 3 is outside to Gendel. The count fills. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Caleb hitting .316 against Long Island for the season with 5 of his home runs. He's done the bulk of his damage against Long Island, Lexington, and West Virginia. Here's the payoff pitch. It is low. Gendel with the leadoff walk in the 8th inning, which, as nice as it is for Caleb to be on base here, it's the last thing this game really needed was a leadoff walk in the top of the 8th inning. The Barnstormers have drawn 9 for the game. Alleman has 2 of them. He bats from the right side against Freeman here in the 8th inning. The last Barnstormers base hit was Gindl's single in the 6th. Freeman will work to Alleman and miss. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Runner at first base, and again, nobody paying any attention to Caleb Gindl. He might as well be the invisible man over there. 1-0. Freeman delivers to Alleman. It is low and scoots away from Sanchez. Gindl will move ahead to second on the wild pitch. And now it is 2-0 to Blake Alleman here in the top half of the 8th inning. Well, this game will end up being longer than last night's. Ducks leading 20-4. And let's say the Barnstormers pick up some base hits now and get a little bit closer. 2-0. Leading off second is Gindl. Alleman awaiting the pitch, and it's skied to left center. Over for it goes Kelly, cutting it off in the gap to make the catch. In front of Mazzilli, that is out number 1 here in the 8th inning. Alejandro De Aza is giving way to Ladarius Clark. Ladarius will get a turn here in the 8th inning. And maybe this move we didn't see that it had been recorded, but Clark will step in with the runner at second and 1 out. De Aza getting a deserved rest. The Barnstormers have to understand that they do, Ross certainly does, that while De Aza doesn't look like it, he doesn't play like it, but he is 37. And his legs need a little bit of a break from time to time. Gindl leads off second. Now to Clark. That is popped up on the right side. Charging over is Sanchez. Ball bouncing off the dugout rooftop, and Clark bats at a strike. It is 0-1. Long Island has given up 4 walks since breaking out to the big lead, and that's the last thing Wally Backman wanted to see as well. 0-1 with Gindl at second base and 1 out. Clark awaiting the pitch from Freeman, and that too is popped up foul to the right. And very quickly, it is 0-2. On deck is Jake Hoover. All but Anderson De La Rosa have now appeared in this game for the Barnstormers. Gindl leads off second base. Freeman ready to serve it up. 0-2 to Clark. Ladarius fights off a breaking ball and sticks around. We stay at no balls and 2 strikes. Long Island pitching has thrown the ball about 170 times in this game, despite leading by 16. The Barnstormers have thrown the ball fewer times. That doesn't make any sense. 0-2, what does? Hopper on the left side, and Frias with the backhanded pickup, but no chance for a throw. He only bluffed, and Clark beats out the infield single. The Barnstormers have their 9th hit. You don't get Ladarius too easily on a play like that. Here is Jake Hoover batting in the pitcher spot. Well, the Barnstormers have 2 on here in the 8th inning. Time for a rally. Hoover stands in, Gindl at second, and Clark, the runner, at first base. He'll get credit for a hit with a runner in scoring position, but it didn't even advance Gindl, let alone score him. Caleb would have done nothing but potentially run into an out right there. Hoover stands in. Jake with 3 runs batted in last night. He looks at a pitch on the outside corner. Strike 1 from Clint Freeman. On deck is Kelly Dugan. Kindle walked to lead off the inning, moved up on a wild pitch. Alleman flied out. Clark reaching on the infield single to Hoover. Ground ball down the line at third and foul. So Jake trails at 0-2. The Barnstormers have not had a tremendous amount of success pinch hitting in recent weeks. Clark had been magnificent at it for a while, and his pinch hitting numbers are still good. First game we played here this year, he had a pinch hit 3-run double to win it. 0-2 to Jake Hoover. Freeman will deal. That is cut on and missed for the second out in this inning. Second strikeout for Clint Freeman today. Dugan will bat with 2 outs and 2 on. Kelly, a couple of hits, couple more runs batted in on the season. 72 for him on the year. And what's terrific about that, he only has 12 home runs. That a remarkable ability to bat with runners in scoring position. He could do it again here, but this one you'd almost rather save for another day. Freeman to Dugan. The breaking ball back to the inside corner for a called strike. It is 0-1. The right side of the infield is cut off. Lombardozzi is into the hole. And Shaw guards the first baseline. Gindeloff second. Clark leads from first. It is 0-1 to Dugan. The breaking ball is hit to right center field and shallow. They converge on it. It'll be the right fielder Turbo with the catch. Well, the Barnstormers are turned away in the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. They strand 2 more. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Long Island is up by a 20-4 score.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Now, the Barnstormers are waving the white flag in the bottom of the 8th, but it will not be Gindel on the mound. Rather, it's Blake Alleman coming into pitch, and Jake Hoover has taken over at second base. Alleman has worked before on the mound. He has 1 appearance under his belt. He gave up 2 hits and a run in an inning. He struck out 1, and that was very, very early in the season. That was, in fact, in the home opener. The Barnstormers lost that 18-2, so a similar margin. And Clint Freeman is leading off here against Alleman, who is a knuckleballer. The first delivery swung on and missed for a strike. It's 0-1, so this could get a little interesting for a few minutes. If Alleman can throw strikes, he's going to serve to knock the timing off a little bit. 0-1 into the dirt, and a 1-1 strike count. I mean, the last time Alleman pitched, he only had to cover 60 feet 6 inches. He's got that extra foot to get the knuckleball to behave. Freeman reaches out, slaps to short, 1 hop to Rendon. He'll get the out. Freeman retired 6-3, and Ty Kelly will step in 0-3 with a walk and a run scored. The Barnstormers will have Robinson, Peroni, and Shumpert up in the 9th inning. 20-4. Can you believe that? The Barnstormers got off to a good start today, and they made it close in the 5th inning. and Long Island has scored 15 unanswered runs. The knuckleball gets the plate for a strike called. It is 0-1 to Kelly. Alleman working quickly, comes back, and that is roped but foul down the right field side, and Blake has Kelly at no balls and 2 strikes. Alleman just gets the ball back. You know what's coming. And the knuckler is skied to left. Robinson is there. And, boy, Alleman has been tremendous. 2 up and 2 down here in the 8th inning. Vladimir Frias will step in. Frias has had 2 of the key hits in this ball game, both bloopers. Getting a 5-run 5th and the 6-run 6th underway. 2 outs, bases empty in the bottom half of the 8th inning. It doesn't look like we're going to get to the 4-hour mark, and maybe that is for the best. When the Barnstormers were enjoying some success in the top of the 8th, I thought maybe we'd stretch it out and get there. Ground ball by Frias, first pitch swinging, slipping and falling on it is Hoover, but he recovers to get the out. Alleman throws 7 pitches and gets the side in order in the bottom of the 8th. So we are on our way to the top half of the 9th inning. It is Long Island 20 and Lancaster 4.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with quick cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at $150 grand. Plus quick cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
We have reached the top of the 9th inning in what has been a very painful game for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Down 20-4, and Rob Griswold, who needs some work. I thought we would see Moya and Schumann, but this game got way too far out of control for that. So Griswold is not pitched yet this weekend. A guy 3/4 with a very nasty slider to face Robinson, Peroni, and Schumpert and try and lock the door on the ball game this afternoon. Long Island 20 runs on the board and only 2 men left on base. That just blows my mind to see that combination. But such is life in the Atlantic League in 2021. Here is Robinson. Trayvon has walked 3 times and struck out looking. His eyeballs doing most of the work this afternoon. So Griswold has come on. Another guy they picked up out of the draft league for the Long Island Ducks, and he has been very successful. 4-0, a 2.18 earned run average. Robinson leads off against him here in this top half of the 9th inning. Griswold's offering is swung on and missed for a strike. It is 0-1. Can't tell you right now who will get the win in this ball game. Zach Smith will be charged with the loss, barring something absolutely historic here in the 9th inning. 0-1. Dancing out of the way is Robinson. 1 ball and 1 strike to Trayvon. We're going to come up short of the 4-hour mark today, I would think, but still a very long afternoon, especially for the Barnstormers here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Swing and a miss by Robinson. It's 1-2. Griswold has just dominated the Barnstormers whenever he's come in. The crowd has greatly thinned out. The Long Island faithful enjoying the 20 runs, but it's even been a little too much for them. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Griswold to Robinson, and is grounded on the right side. Played to the backhand by Shaw. He will underhand. 3-1 for the conversion. And here is Peroni, who has an RBI single and a walk. 1 out of 3 for Anthony today. There's no long hitting streak for Peroni, but that's because he's used from time to time as a pinch hitter. And it's broken up any kind of a streak. He also went 0 for 4 at West Virginia back on the 20th of August. But he has really swung the bat well. 19 out of his last 43. Griswold's pitch way outside and a ball. It is 1-0. Well, second game without Ross Peoples at the helm has gone the other way. Last night, the Barnstormers piling it on to win 13-2. Ball 2 is inside and low. Today, it's been like one of those college football games where a top 10 Power 5 team plays somebody from the FCS, and it ends up 70-3. That's kind of the way it feels. 3 balls and no strikes on Anthony Peroni, like Auburn and Akron. That was one of the extreme examples of it yesterday. Auburn winning 60-10. Peroni bats at 3-0. Can he pick up the 10th walk served up by Long Island pitching? Well, not yet. That's a strike, and it's 3-1. Nick Schumpert is on deck. He's 0 for 4. 3 balls, 1 strike. Peroni with a big swing and a miss, and the count goes to full at 3-2. Ducks are 2 outs away from putting this one to bed and sending the Barnstormers back to just 1 game over 500. Here's the 3-2. Peroni swings and misses. Griswold recovers from the 3-0 count. It's the 9th strikeout for Long Island pitching. Schumpert will come to the plate. He's 0 for 4. The big moment in the ball game came in the top of the 5th inning. The Barnstormers were about to tie it. They had the tying run at third. At the time, it was 5-4, and Schumpert smashed into a double play. Anywhere else, it's a game-tying single, but it was right at Davidson Romero. First pitch strike is in on Schumpert. It is 0-1. The Ducks have played error-free baseball today, and they have taken advantage of every single scoring chance. Schumpert lines this to center, and that will be in for a base hit. So the Barnstormers are able to extend it 1 more batter. Rendon will step in. He is 1 for 4. Well, the Barnstormers with their 10th hit of the day. They have not ultimately had a bad day in the batter's box. 19 base runners have gotten on for this Lancaster ball club. You get 19 guys on base, you kind of expect to win the game, not lose it by what right now is 16. And Long Island, and we've done the math for you, they've only had 2 more base runners, 3 more base runners. I take that back than the Barnstormers. First pitch strike on Rendon. It is 0-1. Rob Griswold, the 5th pitcher used today by Wally Backman. 6'1", 185-pounder from Milford, Connecticut. On the other side of the sound, it is fouled back. It is 0-2. Milford's where the big mall is in the Bridgeport and New Haven area. No balls, 2 strikes to Clea Luis, Rendon, and Griswold has this game down to a final strike. Here's the 0-2. Rendon lets it go, and strike 3 is called on the inside corner. This one mercifully is over. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. We'll be back to wrap up this ball game in just a moment. The final score, the Long Island Ducks 20 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 4.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
This is the sound of the kind of thrill ride summer was made for. Here's the sound of another one. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of performance vehicles, including the RCF, LC, and IS. Strap in and then hold on tight. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
The Barnstormers fall 20-4 here on Sunday afternoon. We will spare you the grisly details. It was 20 runs, 16 hits, no errors, and 2 left for Long Island. And the Barnstormers 4 runs on 10 hits with 1 error and 14 runners left on base. What an extreme difference between these two ball clubs. Whether or not they got the runs home, there was a very, very small difference in the number of base runners for the two clubs in today's ball game. But Long Island scored just about everybody, and the Barnstormers couldn't beg, borrow, or steal a big base hit, especially after the 5th inning. So the win in this afternoon's ball game goes to Brady Dragmeyer, though it doesn't have to. He is 5-4 on the season. The loss to Zach Smith, who falls to 1-3. Home runs, 2 by Hector Sanchez, both with 2 men aboard. His 9th and 10th of the year. Daniel Fields hit his 10th of the season, also with 2 men aboard in the 4th inning. The Barnstormers had scored first today on a RBI single by Kelly Dugan in the 1st inning, and then they made it close in the 5th, scoring 3 times to get to 5-4. Dugan again with an RBI single. Peroni had one as well in that inning, and Blake Alleman, before those 2 runs, had scored on a wild pitch. But the Ducks pulled away 5 in the 5th, 6 in the 6th, 4 more in the 7th inning. It turned into a rout, the 3rd in a row that we have had here over the course of this weekend. 3 hours, 47 minutes was the time of the game, 33-77 here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. The rest of the Atlantic League action today, again, High Point and West Virginia were rained out. Gastonia leads Lexington 6-1 in the top of the 2nd. Here we go again. And York and Southern Maryland have gone to the bottom of the 7th inning. Those two ball clubs are tied at 9. So the Barnstormers will either be tied with Southern Maryland and 2 up on York coming out of today, or a game ahead of both at the end of Atlantic League action today. The Barnstormers lose this one badly. They'll go back at it same time tomorrow afternoon at 1:35 from Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Augie Silk, 4-4 for the Barnstormers. He will match up against Joe Iorio, who will come in with a record of 8 wins and 2 losses on the season. Well, that'll do it for us today. Now for our video producer, Ryan Cortazzo, all the cast and crew back at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg. I'm Dave Collins. Have a great Sunday evening. A happy Labor Day, everybody. And come Tuesday night, we'll see you at the ballpark.